Welcome, everybody, to the May 6th regular meeting of the City of Half Moon Bay City Council. Before we do our roll call, one of our council members is attending remotely, and Catherine will talk about the protocols for that for a few minutes.
I will. Thank you so much, Mayor Brownstone. Council. Yes, Councilmember Penrose is attending remotely from the location 921 Saluda Court in Chapel Hill, North Carolina. The Councilmember is participating by Zoom webinar, and in accordance with the Brown Act, the teleconference location has been noted on the agenda for tonight's meeting. And I also want to note for the record that we have a quorum of council members present here in person. Now I'd like to ask that Councilmember Penrose respond to a few questions to make sure everything's working okay. Councilmember Penrose, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Do you have a copy of the agenda for tonight's meeting?
I do.
Great. And have you posted the agenda at the location where you are?
I have.
And is your location reasonably accessible to the public such that any member of the public could participate at the teleconference location if he or she wished to do so?
Yes, it is.
Great. And is there any member of the public there with you now?
No.
Okay, great. Well, then I would like to advise the council that they can proceed with the meeting this evening and that all votes must be taken by roll call because we have one member teleconferencing. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, can we please now have a roll call?
Councilmember Johnson.
Here.
Councilmember Nagengast.
Here.
Councilmember Penrose.
Here.
Vice Mayor Reddick.
Here.
And Mayor Brownstone.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. If you could all please join me, stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you. Okay. So proclamations and presentations. Our first scheduled...
Mr. Mayor, we need to do the approval of the agenda before we get started.
Yeah, let's approve the agenda. Thank you.
Move approval.
Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Great. Okay, now we're on to proclamations and presentations. Originally, we were going to have a proclamation about the May Mental Health Proclamation, but unfortunately, we will have to move that to the 20th because the person who we're going to present that to couldn't make it tonight. So we'll move on to our Cora presentation tonight. And we have two presenters tonight with us. First, we have the Cora CEO, Karen Ferguson, joined by Robin Jensen, who's the Manager of Prevention and Community Engagement. So welcome to our podium.
Hello. Is this on? Let's see. Yes? Wonderful. Thank you so much. I'm going to let us start in order, and we're going to give it over to Judith. Actually, introduce yourself, and you take it over.
Hi, good evening, council members, and I'm invited and part of this presentation because Cora is at our location. So I will go first. I think my slide is the first, but Robin, you can introduce yourself too.
I'm Robin. Thank you for having us. My name is, my title is Manager of Prevention and Community Engagement at Cora. We'll go over a little bit more about Cora after Judith goes.
Again, thank you for having us here today. I think hopefully you all are familiar with COSI Hope. Coast I Hope has been on the coast for 49 years. We are a safety net provider. So when Cora was looking for a home on the coast, and we, because we moved to a new space that allows us to have these type of partnerships, it made sense to have Cora as an additional resource to our community. You'll hear more from them, but we're very happy to have them, and we hope that they will stay. And we hope that you guys will also, as community council members, but community members will also share the news about Cora being on the coast.
Go to the next slide. So just a little bit of context, Cora is Community Overcoming Relationship Abuse. We're the only provider of domestic violence services to the county, including all of the coastal communities. So these are a couple of programs that we've been able to launch and implement on the coast, which also helped to get the satellite started. So we have our Youth Engagement and Advocacy Program, YAY for short. We've been at the Pescadero Middle and High School. We've been at Half Moon Bay, Ingrid B., Lacey, Valimar, Oceana. Sorry, thank you. Okay, I feel weird putting my mouth. Okay, and then we have our Speak Up program. So we've been on the coast in Pacifica. This is for businesses. We do a 15-minute presentation on how to recognize the signs, and we give them that QR code to post in their place of business. And then we do have our To Do at Home program, which is for families with 0 to 5-year-olds, and we focus on healthy communication from a young age, and that's in partnership with San Mateo County Libraries. So we've been at Half Moon Bay Library, and we've also been able to bring it to Pescadero families as well. And if you can go to the next slide, Karen will go.
So with all of those programs, Cora has been able to begin to engage and get to know the community, but it's been really clear to us for a very long time that having a real access point on the coast has been really a high priority. And so with the partnership with Coastside Hope and with Judith's welcome, we were able to locate within Coastside Hope in an office to share that and to bring all of the access of all of Cora's services, and that includes having a on-site navigator for part of the week, and that person can help people to access the hotline, which people can obviously do outside of that, but they can do a walk-in and actually meet with an advocate on site. They can get support to engage and set up meetings with our legal services, with our housing, which includes significant rental assistance, with our mental health program, and of course to engage with some of the programs that Robin mentioned as well. All of our services are free to the community. All of our services have high levels of confidentiality and privacy, but it is hard sometimes for people to get over to San Mateo, and just doing a phone call isn't always the right response to somebody who's impacted by intimate partner abuse. So we really are excited about this opportunity to be right here on the coast and to be engaged with such a wonderful partnership. And we're really looking forward to getting to know you all more as we're here in person. Oh, we have one more.
So this is just, you all have them on the city council, the flyers. So the business hours are Wednesdays 1 to 5, Thursdays and Fridays 9 to 5. For anyone in the audience who would like this information, they're on the flyer at the table over there. But these are the services that are available. Karen mentioned them. So when someone comes in, that's the support that they can get. And we're hoping to just continue to build that community on the coast. I think that's everything. Questions?
Any questions from council tonight? And any questions from Deborah Penrose remotely?
None. I hear you, and I will speak up if I need to, but thank you.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, one comment?
Yeah, I just want to say that I'm very happy that Cora has co-located here with Coastside Hope, two great organizations. I think it's much needed, and I think it's going to be even more needed than it is now. So grateful that you're here and grateful for your work. Thank you.
Our next presentation is for our Mid-Coast Community Council update.
Hi, Half Moon Bay City Council, and thanks for having me over. Just to remind you, I'm Scott Bollinger. I'm on the Mid-Coast Community Council, and we are an advisory board that reports directly into the San Mateo County Board of Supervisors, representing the communities from Montero to Miramar. And the first thing I'd like to say is thank Council Member Penrose for attending and giving updates at our bi-monthly meetings, and say thank you very much for that. At our next meeting on May 14th, we are having a presentation by Ox Mountain, and they're going to talk about their expanded methane capture up there. We also finally approved and sent our stormwater report to the county, so that's off our slate, and we don't have to review that ever again. It's interesting that Councilmember Penrose is attending this meeting remotely, and I write all these things down on my list a couple days in advance, and I didn't know, but I also want to say that the Midcoast Community Council supports Bill 259, which expands AB 2449, and in a nutshell, that is this will continue to allow remote participation for council members under a certain set of circumstances. So we're in support of that, and we would like to see that happen moving forward. The last thing I'd like to mention is the passing of Lisa Ketchum. She was the brains and the historian of the MCC. She also maintained our website. She made the MCC, she turned the MCC really into a functioning part of the legislative system and really made it what it is today. She understood all the workings of all the different county organizations and was able to navigate within them with great skill. She also was responsible for developing the coastal prairie at Pillar Point, and she will be missed. You guys have any questions?
I just want to say, I agree with you about Lisa Ketchum. You know, it's a very, very sad passing and very big shoes to fill.
Yeah, and she was really helpful for new members, because when you first get into governance, there's a lot of things that happen in the background, and she knew all those things, and she could help us navigate all that stuff. So again, she will be missed, and she was the historian for our group. Thank you.
I'm going to be filling in for Councilwoman Penrose on the May 14th via Zoom. But if wanted to go to the meeting, where's the meetings located at?
Do you know where the GCSD building is over in El Granada?
No, I don't.
It's on the 3rd floor. I will.
If you could send it to me,
yeah, I'll send it to you.
Because I probably will do Zoom, but I just want you guys to know, and Penrose filled me in on what to do.
Okay.
It's my first time I've done it, so if I fumble it, I'll learn the next time.
Yeah, I'll let you know. So again, if anybody in the community needs to know where we are, if you go to the Midcoast Community Council website, you'll see our agenda, the time, the location, and a link. If you go to the agenda, you'll see a link to the Zoom meeting.
That's what you told me. I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, you're welcome.
And if I can help, the address for that meeting is 504 Avenue Alhambra in El Granada, 3rd floor.
On the 3rd floor, yeah. I open it up at 6:30. The meeting starts at 7. So if you couldn't come in person, that'd be great. If you could Zoom in, that'd be great also. We appreciate it. Thank you. Hey, thanks for the address too.
Thank you, Scott. Our next presentation is an update on the Poplar Beach Fire Pit Project.
Hi, it's good to speak to you guys again about this project. I think we started it back in the fall, and I'm really excited that I can finally come back and present on the results of it. So I can just get started with general observations that we had about the project. They were used, honestly, by so many members of the community, more than I was expecting. I think that originally I had the idea that it would be a place for teenagers to gather and spend time together, but we went down on Saturday during the day, all the weekend days, and so many weekdays as well, and just saw so many people using them. there were like parents with kids. I had people come up to me and ask me about the project like in the grocery store and just tell me that they were using them. So that was a really big one. There was so much positive community feedback about the fire pits and so many people asking like why they got, like about the timing of them and if there would be something more long-term. So I really hope that is something that can happen. There were also no beach fire incidents reported to the city, sheriff, or fire district, which I thought was pretty promising and a good sign. And then there were no complaints that we found on Nextdoor or Facebook about it. And I also think that there was less trash around the fire pits, and I think generally less trash around the beach. Like, I've definitely seen in just like my life going to the beach after like a Friday or Saturday night, a lot of trash and leftover bonfire pit stuff, and there was so much less. Just I think that consolidating those fire pits into smaller like and more concentrated areas was really helpful. And there was also a lot less illegal bonfire activity outside of the pits. I think given that it's an easier way to have a bonfire, I think more people were more happy to like just use the pits and do it legally. So our most surprising findings were kind of, I already talked about this, but just how many people use them during the day, kind of the benefit that it had to all members of the community, not just teenagers. And also people using we had ember screens that we added kind of last minute, and people use them so much. They were used, somebody made an entire brisket, which I thought was pretty funny. I have a picture up there of, that was the first night that they were out. That was less than 5 hours after we put them on the beach. A group of teenagers was like barbecuing and like making garlic bread on them, which I just thought was really exciting. People also use them as like chairs and stuff like that. And another thing that was surprising was that the design that we used for the lids made it possible to disable the fire pits without removing them, because we ended up having to leave them on the beach a couple days over the permitted time that we had because of like weather conditions, and we actually figured out a way to lock the fire pits without having to physically move them off of the beach, just because of the lid design we used, which I thought was pretty cool, and I thought that it just seemed like a really promising like feature of them. So the biggest critical feedback that we kind of came up with on our own and also just got from other people was that the square pit was far too big to be used practically. There were a lot of people who used like a corner of it or used a little section of it to make a fire pit, but generally that one was too big. The lids were really problematic, I think, more than they were helpful. They kind of created a hazard of, if they got taken off the fire pit, they were kind of just either propped to the side or left on the sand, which created a tripping hazard. And they could also get hot if they were put over a fire when it was dying. But I would say the grates worked extremely well. And then the pits that we used rebar for were a lot more durable and they didn't crack. Even when we like we used, it's in that picture that I have on the slideshow, but we used like a little tractor to get them down to the beach, and like there were a couple times where like the fire pits would get dropped and the ones that had rebar in them did not crack at all and just held up great. So I want to go over the designs that we used. We did 3 different designs for the pits. And I don't have to read everything, obviously, because that's a lot, but I can just briefly go through the different designs. So the first one was a form that I made using like recycled wood, and that was the really big one. It weighed 1,800 pounds, and it was about 4 inches thick, which wasn't as thick as the other ones, but it did end up working out and not really breaking. The screen that we used for it was like folded, and there were 2 parts to it, which was different from the other ones. And that's just like it's a square pit. It was 50 by 50. And then the second design we did we made 2 of these, and and then for reference, the square one, I think probably took 2 full days to make the form for it. These ones took like maybe 30 minutes to make those forms. They were made out of these sonotube forms that we got from Eddie and Drini. And literally like, we just put the wood pieces in, and it just like knocked it out. It took probably 30 minutes to make those. And they were 24 inches high, and then it was 36 inches on the exterior and 24 on the interior. So there was just like a nice little circle. Those ones worked really well. I don't think we used rebar for those ones though. Yeah. And then this was my favorite design. I think it was the best size and the best for, I would say, like, comparatively to the square one, it was a lot easier to make. It was an octagon, and we used one of the 36-inch sonotubes to make the interior of it. It was a really good size, and I think that it also, the walls were a little bit thicker than the other square one, which made it easy for people to kind of sit on it or just use it for other things. And we also had some aeration tubes, which we did for all of the designs as a way to make it possible to, like, have some of the air leave them to reduce smoke. But those are the 4 designs that we made for this. And I do also think that it's very, very easy to alter the designs. Like the octagon one we kind of just threw together in my yard after one of our frames collapsed, and it ended up being the best design. So I do think there's a lot of kind of freedom that can be taken with these designs. So the lids and grates we threw together in, I think, like 2 months before we put them on the beach, and they all had basically ember screens, and then you could lift, half of the ember screen was attached to the fire pit and couldn't be moved, so it was very much secured. And then the other half you lifted up, and you can't totally see it in this, I mean, you can see it in the second photo. It's kind of like we had another piece of metal, so you would flip it and then prop it up, so you could still technically use the lids. You could still use the ember screens as a grate, even if it's flipped up and it's open and you're like adding stuff to the fire. You can still use it to cook things on or use it to do anything. But I just thought that was a really good feature. And then the steel for the lids the steel for the grates was untreated because you're not supposed to like eat off of like galvanized steel. So we kept that untreated, but they were secured with the chains, and the eye bolts were galvanized for this. So I've kind of touched on this a little bit, so I can go through this pretty quickly, but operation and usability of them, the square pit was a little bit too large, and then the octagon was, I think I saw the most people use that one, and it just seemed like it was the most convenient. The height was really good if you want to stand around them on fire, but I think it was a little bit too tall for like sitting around, especially because they don't give off a ton of heat, just because the walls were really thick. And we also noticed that the ones that were aerated had less smoke than the ones that weren't. So I feel like that was nice for just being around them, because there was a lot less, like, you're not getting hit with smoke in your face, which I think is an issue with bonfires generally, is that there's a lot of smoke in your face. So I think the fact that it was kind of able to spread out a little bit more was nice. The lids and the grates, I think the grates were so good, and they should absolutely be considered if there's any kind of further plan with this. They were used for so many different things, and they also just were a safety thing. I think that they really helped with safety, and they really helped prevent the any fire from getting like blown off or like hitting people. And then the lids were really unwieldy and just didn't do a lot that the grates couldn't do, I think, and they created issues if you try to take them off. There's not a good place to put them. But I definitely think that I think that it was good to try them out, and I think it was good to think about it, but I don't think that if there is any kind of further plan with this, it should be considered. It could be considered, but I feel like it wouldn't be necessarily beneficial to add lids to them. The community feedback was almost all positive. We had so many people really appreciating the pits and just liking them. There was, I think, a complaint about fireworks, but there wasn't any, like, there were people who were at the beach who didn't hear fireworks, so that might have been something else. But I just wanted to, like, have that on there. There was one complaint, and then the Chamber of Commerce has expressed support for an extended or permanent program. And just, I think that there's just so much, I think people got excited about it. And I think it's something that could really be a benefit to our community and the, like, the usability of the beach for everybody. So the recommendations that we came up with were to make a long-term program with 6 to 10 fireworks using a modified cylinder, kind of something like the octagon frame that we used. And we can also, if directed, get a quote on how much that might cost per pit. And then to use a reservation system for some of the pits to encourage people to kind of like reserve a pit and then come out and use it so that there's a sense of security about using them and people don't like stress out about feeling like they have to run down to the beach and get the pits. But not necessarily have a reservation system for all of them. So some of them could be first come, first serve. and then to not use lids, but keep the grates as a grill or ember screen and have some kind of clip on them to be used as a water bucket for, like, obviously fire safety reasons. So I'm really quickly gonna run through an operating plan that we came up with for some kind of long-term program. So the purpose obviously would be which I feel like I've talked a lot about this already with you guys, but creating something that's safe, enjoyable, and environmentally responsible, and something that people can just use to appreciate the beach and have fun and like use the coastal resources that we've been provided with. The operational season, and we also based it off of the fire pit schedule at Ocean Beach, or the fire pit operating plan at Ocean Beach in San Francisco, because they also have like a fire pit program there. So the season would be April 1st to October 31st, and after that point, they could be moved off the beach, or they could be like disabled, so you could lock them, or just make it so that they can't really be used as fire pits. And then the timing could be, I mean, we have like 6 p.m. to 10 p.m., but honestly, we could just have like you open them and like they can be used from the morning to night, because honestly, a lot of people use them during the day from my project, and then off season, they can be covered and locked. And they can also be locked during like spare the air days. And for the summer kind of hours of it, which we had this happen for my pilot project to keep the Poplar Beach parking lot open until 10 p.m. just as kind of, it lets people get out and use the fire pits, but they aren't necessarily going to try to stay for a super long time, because I feel like 10 p.m. was a good cutoff where people are kind of like, it's already, like, it's fine to leave at 10 p.m. Nobody's going to be super disappointed. And then the location would be around a quarter of a mile away from the entrance to Poplar Beach, which was just about, it's a little bit further of a range than what we had for the actual for the pilot project. And we were also thinking around like 10 or more than 10 pits, because I think one of the biggest pieces of community feedback was asking if we could have more pits, because I think that there were a lot of people who wanted to use them and a lot of people who couldn't if they were taken. And then we have them spaced at least 25 feet apart, obviously for like safety reasons, and you don't want a ton of fire pits right next to each other. It would be administered by the Public Works, and then there would be cleanup by maintenance or like service. And we've talked to Abundant Grace about this, about having them help clean up the pits, and they said they would be happy to help out with that. And then we can have people like monitoring the use on like weekends or like the 4th of July, stuff like that, where there's gonna be more bonfires. And then the other idea for some kind of reservation system would be to provide a phone number if you want to use the pits, just so that there can be somebody to reach out to. So if we have kind of that system and we have a reservation, then I think that that could definitely be something considered, and it could be run through the Public Works. Like you could scan a QR code or have a link on the city, or have a link like up by the beach on like where kind of the other signs are. And then obviously I have some just like use rules that could be included with that, like don't burn trash, and like don't and like to extinguish fires and stuff like that. I do think that to an extent it could be fun to keep some first come first serve pits, but I don't think that necessarily needs to happen for it to be like an exciting project. And then they could have potentially like wind barriers, and absolutely have buckets available for in case you need to put out the fire. I think that also having like spare the air days, closing them for that is important, and then having a code of conduct could be helpful, just so that like if people are using bonfires, they know the things to do and they know what you're not supposed to do. Because I think that just like having signage and having people tell you, hey, you can't do this, I think that would be helpful. And then we could do morning inspections to just make sure they're sort of staying up to date, and we could do daily or weekly. And then also, and I've taught an Abundant Grace has offered to have people come out and help clean the pits if this is some kind of long-term program. And I think that to kind of, and then for like a community engagement aspect of it, I think it would be cool to have kind of events and have community bonfires and do things where we bring people out and we get people to the beach, and just have people get to take the opportunity to appreciate the coast in a way that a lot of people might not have. Or I mean, in a way that like people who used to live in Half Moon Bay and who've lived here for a really long time might miss, because I definitely have a couple like family friends who've lived in Half Moon Bay for their whole lives and been like, we used to have so many bonfires, and it was a really big part of the coastal spirit in Half Moon Bay, and I think that it would be just super cool to bring that back and have something like that again, where people can get together at the beach and just have something to do and bring back the spirit of bonfires in Half Moon Bay. I think that obviously there needs to be like warnings about safety and stuff like that, but I do think that I think it would be really cool to have events to bring people together for bonfires. And then I also have some budgeting of it. It would be like, it could be come out of like Parks and Rec budget. There could be community fundraising, or have like local businesses sponsor them. And then if local businesses want to sponsor the fire pits, there could be like events for those businesses, like they can host bonfires there. Or we could do some kind of use fee if we want to do a rental system or like a reservation system. People could pay like a couple dollars to reserve the fire pits, and then it can kind of go to helping clean and manage them. And then the kind of budget that we came up with was it'd be about $1,500 to $2,000 per pit, and obviously we could get a more exact quote later if this is something that we want to carry on long term. And then an annual maintenance would be around like $7,000 to $10,000, and then potentially paying people to like manage them, and signage, buckets, and tools would be like $500 less. And to enforce them, I feel like this, I've already talked about a little bit, like signage, explaining a code of conduct, and having like, obviously I think the cops come down to the beach sometimes anyway to shut down bonfires, and I think that like having pits would be nice because it condenses the activity, but people can kind of have people come down and issue warnings or fines, and then people could potentially be banned, but I feel like that's not necessarily super necessary. And then we can have an evaluation period and figure out like usage, any incidents, any issues with them, and then get community feedback at the end of the season. If we do like something this summer, we can have people kind of come back and comment on it and figure out how it worked, and then there can be adjustments made based on that community feedback that we get. But yeah, thank you guys so much for listening to my little spiel. Please let me know if you have any questions or like comments about this.
Well, first of all, thanks for coming this evening. Great presentation. Congratulations on a very successful pilot and a very thorough presentation, including a future operational plan and costs and ideas for how to use those. So thank you. I know it's a lot of hard work on your part. So again, congratulations. Any other comments or questions?
Chloe, you nailed it. It looks excellent. I mean, I was part of the building over at Andrini's, and he was giving some suggestions, and your dad invited me to take a look, and I remember it was a little skinny on the walls, and Eddie just goes, no, they need to be thicker. And I remember you were pouring for the round ones and the octagons, and then I went to the beach to go see them after you guys put them out, and the response, Rick wasn't there yet, it was a little too early for him, and I was just walking around from pit to pit, and the response from everybody was just so happy. And these were people from the other side of the hill that just happened to stumble on this. You guys really nailed it. Did a great job, A+ on this. And all the points that you brought out about leaving it there, I'm thinking maybe leaving it there, but this is going to be up for discussion. But instead of trying to them falling off the bobcat and damaging them, I think that's a great idea. And you also brought up, if it's high winds, we probably want to suggest not using those. And then the fact that we brought forward the grates and the screening and the covers, that was one more contingent that we threw out there for the safety. I think at the end of the day, that ended up being a big plus because I saw people using it as barbecues also. So great job, really good job.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments?
Just a very, very thoughtful approach to the whole project and the report. And I think it's a great project. So thanks for all you did.
Thank you.
Thanks again. Okay, Mayor's announcements of community activities. Community service this Saturday, May 10th, is our third annual Jazz and Music Festival, Jazz and Wine Festival. Third, right? Fourth? Yeah, maybe fourth. Anyway, if you haven't attended in the past, or if you have, I hope you can all show up. They have some great wineries come, really good music, and it's on Main Street. So please come to the Jazz and Wine Festival. Okay, we're now going to have a quick report out from our closed session this evening.
Thank you, Mayor, Council, Community. The council did meet in closed session earlier this evening to discuss the case of Vidovich versus City of Half Moon Bay. And the council did take reportable action tonight. The council approved on a vote 4-0 with Mayor Brownstone recused to approve a settlement agreement. This settlement agreement does not approve the project, but rather under the terms of the agreement, it does require the City Council to reconsider the project within a 30-day period from the effective date. Today would be the effective date, so within 30 days. The staff is targeting the date of June 3rd to bring the project forward for reconsideration. The settlement agreement is a public document, and obviously the reconsideration hearing will be noticed according to our usual process. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Catherine. Next, we're moving on to city manager updates to council.
Mr. Mayor, we don't have any special updates for tonight. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Matthew. We're now moving on to public forum. And for those who may be new to public forum is where you can talk about anything before the city council that's on your mind for 3 minutes. And it's anything that's not an agendized item. So if there's an item on the agenda, you wait till that item comes up during our meeting, and there will be a time for public comment about that particular agenda item. So tonight, we have, for example, updates on a rent stabilization program is agendized. Sanitary sewer master plan is agendized. Capital improvement update and city council priority setting for 25-26. So public forum is not for comment on any of those items until they come up on the agenda. And if you're interested in coming forward for public forum, please fill out a form and we will call out your name to come up to the microphone. So first person is Crystalline Geet for regarding Small Business Week.
Good evening, council and community. Crystalline of the COSI Chamber, and I just wanted to let everyone here know that earlier today at the supervisors meeting, they marked their participation in May being Small Business Month, and the COSI Chamber was able to be at the meeting and receive the proclamation on behalf of all of our COSI businesses and gave a rousing speech that I will give to you now. Shop local. That is a term that has really become so used that it tends to go in one ear and out the other because you hear it so much. So what we're asking people to do is to find your adventure in shopping. Make great memories with your spouse. Make great memories with your kids. I will always remember going to Mervyn's and my dad trying on clothes that were too small. You can't have those fun core memory experiences shopping online and having it delivered to your house. So please, this spring, summer, winter, make an adventure out of shopping local and find that duvet cover that you've always wanted. Thank you.
Thank you, Kristen. Next up for our public forum is, our next speaker is Joaquin Jimenez.
Good evening, Mayor Brownstone, Vice Mayor Reddick, council members, city staff, members of the public. My name is Joaquin Jimenez, and today is a bit different. Today I'm gonna address, something that happened last year, and hoping that it doesn't happen to anybody else. So last year, starting right after my son's, funeral, days after, driving Main Street. I've been talking about days after, driving Main Street, and I see Mike Califano and his wife, Courtney, crossing the street. As I drive by them, Mike looks at me and he calls me loser and starts laughing with him and his wife. I mean, this is days after I buried my son. I don't know what was going through his mind, him saying that to me. And that was not the only time. He did that several times. And things got worse. Things got worse when the campaign started. Things became, hectic on social media. People were reaching out to me, Joaquin, are you okay? There's, this guy is just tearing you up on social media. It was ridiculous. He took it upon himself, to walk by my job to instigate me. By my job, he reached out to my to the CEO of the organization that I work for, and to tell him that I was campaigning during working hours. So I couldn't do my job. Part of my job is to do outreach. The work that I do is outreach. I couldn't do it. And he continued to call me loser. People heard him calling me loser throughout, those months. I had to call the sheriff. I reached out to, Captain Chichov to let him know what was happening. It became, so ridiculous that even the staff that I work with, at the OCC, got to see him walking by the office and looking in. And then, on top of that, he will see me, and he will, say something I can understand from a distance, and him and his wife will say, thug life, thug life. I mean, growing up in Russian colony, what kind of thug life is that? So it's been very upsetting, that I have to put up with this. And I think, the community needs to know the type of person that we have, that Mike Califano is, him and his wife, tearing me up, together with other community members, on social media, Facebook, Nextdoor, and just I was very concerned for my safety, and I couldn't even do my job. Me carrying the pain of losing my son. On top of that, he plotting, him and his wife. People heard him plotting, about how we're gonna go by my job to instigate me. And one more thing, Councilmember Nagengas, please stop texting me. I don't need your validation. I know you've been
Joaquin, if you
bought
could
and paid
please
for, so thank you.
Time's up. Thanks, Joaquin. Appreciate it. Okay, our next public speaker is Nancy Fontana.
Hi there, thank you. I speak at meetings quite a bit now. I never used to come to meetings. And I come across as always maybe complaining or criticizing, and I don't want to be that person. I worked for a city for many years. I appreciate staff, and I appreciate the time that the council puts in, all members of the council, whether I agree with them or not. It's a lot of work, and I respect that. And you don't have enough time on an item to say some of these things that should be said, so I'm trying to take advantage of this time right now to do that. So I just want you to know that I do appreciate what you do, regardless of the position and that sort of thing. If I feel something is really not right, I might speak out. The other thing I want to say, because we have the members of the council, we have a different council now. There's a new makeup of the council. So when I speak at meetings, I might say you, meaning the council as a whole. But please recognize that some of the stuff I'm talking about is from before. It could have been 5 years ago for all I know, before the last council makeup. It's not directed at you as individuals. It's just a general statement. If there's something with an individual where I maybe have an issue with how they said something or have a question about it, that's a little different. And then the next thing, let's see, what else was I going to say? I think I had 3 things. I can't remember. I have noticed a few times that I feel the city is acting in a knee-jerk, what I call knee-jerk reactions. When there are tragedies, when there are big events, it's easy to get caught up in that. And I'm just hoping that you will take extra time to be careful when those things happen. You might do something in response as an interim solution and take more time to think about it and study it going the long term. If you make haste decisions under those type of circumstances, I think you can make mistakes that are long term. There was something else, but that's okay. I can do that another time. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy. That concludes our public forum. There's nobody online, correct? Okay. Public forum is now officially closed. We'll now move on to our consent calendar. Would anyone like to make a motion?
I move that we approve the consent calendar. Item 1A, waive reading of resolutions and ordinances. Item 1B, approval of minutes. And item 1C, treasurer's report for the quarter ending March 31st, 2025.
Would someone like to second?
Second the motion?
Could I have a roll call?
Councilmember Johnson,
Yes.
Councilmember Nagengast,
Yes.
Councilmember Penrose,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Reddick,
Yes.
and Mayor Brownstone.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. So we're now moving on to item 2A, which is adoption of a local hazard mitigation plan into the safety element. And I believe we will have a staff report first on that.
I can sit here. I can stand here. That's fine. Let me get my computer up and going, though. No. No, just my notes. Good evening, Mayor Brownstone, Vice Mayor Reddick, and Council. I'm here tonight to carry forward a recommendation from the Planning Commission to adopt a resolution amending the 1991 safety element of the general plan to incorporate by reference the city's local hazard mitigation plan into that plan. The purpose of this is to comply with a law that the state put in place as a carrot to get local governments, can you hear me okay? Okay, to get local governments to tie their local hazard mitigation plans to their safety elements. The carrot is when you experience a disaster and you qualify for FEMA emergency funds, usually there is a state cost share and a local cost share. By adopting the local hazard mitigation plan into the safety element, you reduce the cost share that falls to the local government. So where the state will take on 18 roughly percent of the cost share, they always pass about 6% to local governments. By taking this action, you would no longer be responsible for the 6%, which in the event of a major emergency could be a significant amount of money. So that is the action on the table. And I just want to say the council has already adopted the local hazard mitigation plan. The plan was adopted in 2021, and we have an existing safety element. This is just taking the carrot offered by the state to potentially save ourselves money in the event of an emergency. I will also say the safety element is undergoing an update right now. That update will come before the Planning Commission and then the council probably by the end of this year. But we are not at that point yet. And in the work to catch up on that update myself, what I discovered was that our city had never taken this step before. So that's why I'm here. So that's it. That's my presentation.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from council members? Councilmember Nagenast.
Thank you, Leslie. I have an SME person in my district that has a lot of questions, typically with FEMA and funding, but I just have several, related to the hazard mitigation plan. Is there any reason why we didn't adopt it sooner, or just because we were busy? I don't know.
AB 2140 is not a well-known law. There are a lot of local governments that have not taken this step because of that. I happen to be familiar with it because the jurisdiction I was in before I came here, we had just updated our safety element, so we had gone through this process.
And does it, will it have to be updated soon, or the 2021 plan?
Yeah, so that'll have to be updated in October of 2026. So we might do a little dance where when we update the safety element end of this year-ish, we will have to re-adopt the 2021 local hazard mitigation plan into that safety element again, which we would do concurrently if you chose to adopt the updated safety element. And then when we get to the point where we're ready to adopt a new local hazard mitigation plan, we would take the same step again. The state, in its wisdom, did not align those two updates.
And, to your knowledge, or Matthew, or maybe even Mods, have we ever not got funded because of not having this in?
We did apply for funding following the flooding in 22-23, and I think we did miss out on funding because of this not being adopted into the safety element at that time.
And that's that 6 point something % that we're talking
Correct.
about. That's typically the local match, right?
Correct.
When the feds do a certain number, the state says, yes, we'll help, and then the local's supposed to. Okay.
Correct.
And that's it. Thank you.
So I have a question
regarding,
oops, sorry. There was a meeting at the library. That was the first safety element meeting, is that correct?
Oh, that, I believe that was the third safety element meeting. So it was, when they kicked off that project, they did a similar type of public meeting and a virtual meeting. And then this last meeting was sort of presenting the vulnerability assessment before we head into the policy phase. And there is actually another virtual public meeting on the safety element coming up in, oh, I should have remembered the date. It's in the email that Matthew last sent you. I think it's the 3rd of May. No, the 8th of, no. Okay, never mind.
With that said, though, but this is part of what I went to that meeting, but this is part of it, and then it'll get updated at the end of the day, and then it will incorporate this element of it at the end, because it has to get changed, because we have ours is old and outdated.
Yeah, so if you vote to approve the amendment tonight, it will be updated immediately. And then when it comes back to you at the end of the year, you would take the same action, but to update the actual safety element with new policies and programs, and also adopt the local hazard mitigation plan into it again.
Okay. The only notice that I noticed is, and I think staff noticed it, there wasn't a lot of people attending it. I don't know if it was how we broadcasted it, but I think we need to pull in more people, because there was some big, good topics on evacuation, tsunami, all the things that we have in this room before talked about. So if we could do something better and outreach better, I think would be, because there was only like 5 people there. So I'd like to see more people, and that's why I'm saying it now. So if we can make sure we get those dates and those locations, that would be great.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments from council? I don't believe we have any public comments on this, right? Online
Because
or
this is a public
in the
hearing,
room.
I would recommend you go ahead and open the public hearing, even if you just subsequently close it.
Even though we don't have any comments, we need to open and close it.
We actually do have a comment now online.
Public hearing is open, and we do have a comment. Great, thank you. Our first speaker, I just see the initials RGS. Yeah, 3 minutes, thanks.
Hello, my name is Hazel Joannis, and I'd like to understand which projects were not approved for funding because of the non-compliance with 2140. Because it's according to my understanding that there were no projects that were unfunded. There were several projects that were submitted, but subsequently, for example, the project on Myrtle Beach could have been funded by the federal government and the state, but somehow got eliminated because of a reason that that the staff couldn't provide me. I'm just wondering if you could speak a little bit towards which projects have been not allowed funding because of this. Thank you.
Thank you, Hazel.
So this action isn't a determination of what projects get funded and what projects don't get funded. This action is to reduce our cost share in the event of an emergency. The overall local hazard mitigation plan is a way to identify projects for federal funding. The process that you go through in order to get that funding involves many steps in addition to identifying them in the local the local hazard mitigation plan. So, but getting them into that plan is the first step for being eligible for FEMA funding. I hope that answers the question.
Any other comments? Not comments, any other speakers online? No? Okay. Public comment is now closed. Any discussion needed from council members? If not, I'd be open to someone proposing a motion.
No, I think it's great that, hopefully other items that we know of these things, so we bring them forward in a timely manner. It really helps to do that. I know that you talked about a 2-step we're going to have to do next year and then catch it up in the following year. But as long as we keep, follow through with it and get that, I think that, try to stay current. It's interesting we talk about a 1991 safety element. So it's hopefully we get us into the next century, and we just stay current.
I will just point out that there have been several bills over the last handful of years dealing with cities and counties' safety elements. So the urgency is recent, and the legislation is also fairly recent. And as a legislative analyst for the state of California, I saw those bills and saw what was building. So it's not something like we should have done 10 years ago or 20 years ago. It's all based on, I would say, legislation in the last 4 or 5 years. So. And I would make a motion to adopt a resolution amending the 1991 safety element of the general plan to incorporate by reference the city's local hazard mitigation plan.
I'll second.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Johnson?
Yes.
Councilmember Nagengast?
Yes.
Councilmember Penrose?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Reddick?
Yes.
Mayor Brownstone?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. So we're now going to move on to resolutions and staff reports, and item 3A, updates on the rent stabilization program and rental registry program. We're going to have a staff report, and that'll be followed by public comment.
Can you guys hear me? Yeah, right. Good evening, Mayor, Council, community. My name is Irma Costa. I am part of the Economic and Community Vitality Division, and I am here today to present an update on the city's residential rent stabilization program. So I'll begin by providing a little overview of both rent programs. So the rent stabilization program was developed to prevent excessive rent increases, as well as provide tenants with rent stability. So the ordinance applies to residential rental units of 2 units or more that were constructed prior to February 1st, 1995. This ordinance sets an annual allowable rental increase that is determined by the lesser of 3% or 80% of the change in CPI. For the rental year 2024-2025, that allowable rental increase was set at 2.6%. For rent stabilized units, in addition to the $75 registration fee, they are also subject to a $286 per unit fee. On the other hand, the rent registry program requires all rental units within city limits to register annually. And as mentioned before, this also requires a $75 per unit fee with registration. So both programs were actually stemmed from the same study session that was held on November 7, 2023, where council ultimately directed staff to work on a series of tenant protection ordinances that included the rent stabilization and rent registry ordinance. In May of 2024, the rent stabilization ordinance was passed, and shortly after, staff began narrowing down on suspected rent stabilized units and began doing outreach and noticing to those tenants and property owners that were subject to this ordinance. By August of 2024, the registration for rent stabilized units initiated. The city did implement a grace period in the fall of 2024 to allow landlords time to comply with registration and the requirements that the ordinance required. In the fall of 2024, the city began issuing citation warnings to property owners that were out of compliance with the rent stabilization requirements. And earlier this year, we actually began issuing citations with the fees associated. A little bit of program data. Out of the 1,300 suspected rental units, staff were able to identify a total of 472 units that were subject to the rent stabilization ordinance. And out of those, as of April 2025, there is a total of 377 registered units, which means we have approximately an 82% compliance rate. The map on the screen shows the distribution of rental units across Half Moon Bay. So each yellow dot represents a registered residential unit. On the left, you can see a broader view of the entire city, and on the right, you could see a zoomed-in look at the downtown area. So as you can tell, rental housing is mostly concentrated in the downtown area, in neighborhoods near Kelly Ave and the surrounding areas, with some clusters around the southern part of the city near Ritz-Carlton, and a lighter set up the coast towards Miramar. This visualization helps highlight where rental housing is most available and where it's limited, which can be helpful when we're thinking about accessibility, infrastructure, and planning for future housing needs. The table above shows an overview of our local rental housing inventory. It is broken down by unit size. So on the left, you can see the number of bedrooms, starting with studios going all the way up to an 11-bedroom unit. On the second column, you can see the average monthly rent. As expected, rents increase with size, starting at around $1,800 for a studio and going all the way up to around $14,000 for an 11-unit property. The third column shows the average square foot, which has expected as well, increases with the bedroom size. The fourth column is the cost per square foot. And then finally, the last column represents the total number of units available for each category. So most of our rental stock is within the 2 to 3 bedroom household size, which is consistent since it's mostly common, and a decent amount of our rental inventory is single family homes, and these typically tend to be around 2 to 3 bedroom sizes. We are able to work with Ptolemy on creating various reports around maybe like owner attributes, property attributes, and demographics that it's collected during the registration process. So some program expenditures. Some of the costs displayed on this screen support both the rent registry and rent stabilization programs. Since both programs were implemented concurrently during the summer of 2024, this required a lot of overlapping in resources, such as staffing, outreach, and the database that tracks our registrations. Ptolemy, the software, this is an example of that shared cost, and it is approximately $25,000 a year to manage this registration. Another shared cost is staff time. So the city dedicated 1.5 full-time equivalent employees plus the temporary staff during the initial launch and implementation of the program, which resulted in a cost of around $117,500. An example of a cost that is specific to one project is the petition. So the city received a landlord petition to raise the rent above the 2.6 rental limit. The city did accept that petition and ultimately held a hearing with a third-party hearing officer, which was approximately $4,200. As of April 2025, the city has collected approximately $92,000, and this includes registration fees and late fees for both programs. As the city concludes the first year of the rent registry and rent stabilization, staff prepared the following policy options that propose some adjustments to both the rent registry and rent stabilization programs. So under option 1, this would include the elimination of both programs. And while this can relieve landlords from administrative requirements in paying the associated registration fees, can result in possible inquiries of refunds, especially for property owners that have already complied with the registration and paid the associated fees. So it is something to consider. For option 2, it would be the elimination of the rent stabilization component of the programs. So in this case, it would also likely prompt refund questions specifically to those rent stabilized units, and particularly to the $286 fee that was paid by landlords. Should rent stabilization be eliminated, the affected tenants would still retain certain protections under state law, also known as the California Tenant Protection Act of 2019, also commonly referred as AB 1482, that sets a rental annual increase to 5% plus the change in CPI, or 10%, whichever is less. And under the third option, it would be to keep both programs as is. So the city would continue to administrate both programs without any structural changes. However, if council were to proceed with this option, staff would continue with year 2 registration, which would start on June 1st, 2025. So under option 2 and 3, the rent registry would be retained. So staff is actually seeking guidance from council on the exemption criteria of the programs, particularly to affordable housing developers, since they do operate on a fixed budget. And they are focused on providing affordable housing. The extra fee could potentially present a financial burden on their operating budget. So staff is seeking direction from council on possibly amending that fee or eliminating that fee altogether, but still requiring those affordable housing developers to comply with the registration and either pay 1 unit for a property or waiving the fees completely. And that is all. Thank you. I can take any questions.
We'll start at this end, clarifying questions from council.
On the AB 1482, for tenant protections, that would be only if you kept the registry ongoing, or is that just automatically?
So AB 1482 is a state law. So while if the rent stabilization were to be removed, tenants would still have protection under that state law.
So it's still valid no matter what?
Yeah.
Okay. Then you actually had a temp staff member because of the volume of work that was taking place. Is that true? It was like $22,000?
Yeah.
And
is
you
correct.
actually fielded almost 500 phone calls when this first rolled out. How much staff time did that take? Did you answer every call?
Yes.
Okay. That's it for now. Thanks.
Mm-hmm.
So under 1482, what's the cap on rent increases?
So it's 5% plus the change in CPI or 10%, whichever one is less.
Okay. And so the cost of running the program as is right now, it's about $146,000, and we got $92,000 income from fees. I'm just doing quick arithmetic, leaving around $54,000 not covered by the income that we bring in, correct?
Mr. Mayor, I think you're referring to some of the slides. Those were just examples of some of the expenditures. In the staff report, there's more detail. For the launch this past year, the programs combined cost about $220,000.
Yeah, I remember that. I meant going forward.
You know,
we can't tell. I
That's
guess,
a tough one.
Yeah.
We planned really well, I think, expecting a heavy lift, implementing these two new programs, working with landlords. The workload exceeded our expectations, as we've shown here. We assume that a lot of that is related to it being that initial implementation and a lot of confusion and questions and clarifications. We won't know what the actual program costs will be on an annual basis until we've, see what year 2 looks like and see if those workload requirements go down because landlords understand the process and are working through it. So
I got it.
We've talked a lot about it. I cannot put an estimate on it at this point.
And so the hundreds of thousands that we used to launch the program came out of the housing fund, right? Not the general fund.
That is correct.
Yeah.
And moving forward, if revenue income from the fees is less than the cost, we would continue to fund the difference from the housing fund and not the general fund. Is that right?
That would be, I think, staff's recommendation, but ultimately a decision you all would have to make.
Got it. And if we lifted the rent stabilization, but then the state under 1482 would be between a 5 and 10% allowable fee, but we would still have to keep the registration in place because then we would be enforcing that. How does that get enforced?
No, so we're under no obligation to retain either of these programs. What we would say, the reason there wasn't an option to eliminate registration but keep the rent stabilization is you need registration to do the rent stabilization, so that really wasn't an option. You could eliminate rent stabilization as a program here in Half Moon Bay. As Irma pointed out, the state's AB 1482 would apply. They regulate it, they manage it. We would simply maintain the rent registry if we wanted to continue to collect that data and maintain that data. It is not necessary for the state or for anyone else to enforce the state law.
So it's a state law, but it might not be enforceable by anybody? Is that what
No, the state is enforcing that law.
So the state gets all rental landlords to register with them under 1482?
They don't have a registry. It's a different approach.
I'm curious, what? So different doesn't sound particularly specific, which is why I say, is it really enforceable or we don't know?
I believe it's enforceable through civil and legal action. So if a tenant believed that they had
So a tenant has to act like as a private attorney general.
Yeah, and places like the Legal Aid Society and other nonprofits help to bridge some of those gaps. Yeah.
Great, that helps. Okay, thank you. I have no other questions, clarifying questions.
So we would continue with our own tenant protections, correct? We have those in our
We also have our
Yes.
separate tenant protection.
Yes.
Yes, about minimum lease terms and.
And just cause eviction?
Yes,
Yeah,
correct.
okay. And if we did not keep the rent stabilization, but just the registry, would that alter any of the data that we're collecting for the registry, or is it totally standalone?
It would be, the same data would be collected with just a registry.
Okay. I think that's all the questions I have, actually. I'll have comments as we go along.
Thank you.
Okay, we're now going to open up public comment. And we have quite a few comments, so ask that everyone stay within the 3-minute time limit. The way the time limit works, by the way, there's 2 tones. I meant to mention that at the beginning of our meeting. The first tone is 2 minutes and 30 seconds have elapsed, leaving you 30 seconds. And the second tone means time's up. Okay. So I'm going to invite up our first speaker, Barbara LeVay.
Good evening, council members. Thank you so much for bringing this back up and so we can discuss it again. I was against it from the beginning and I still am, and I appreciate the spirit in which it was thought of, but we do have protections in place already by the state's AB 1482, and then a lease agreement between landlord and tenant. And that pretty much takes care of things. And then, like you said, there are nonprofits that can hear complaints from tenants if there is a bad actor. I'd like to try to change the verbiage from talking about landlords and referring to them rather as housing providers. They are our friends. They're in the business of providing housing, and I want to recognize that. As fiduciaries to the city's funds, I just want to reiterate that the total cost of initiating and administrating the programs for 2024 and 25 is roughly $220,000. When compared with the revenues of $92,000, the total cost recovery for year 1 is approximately 42%. That means that taxpayers are actually subsidizing this program. And city staff time has been considerable at taxpayers' expense. $300,000 from the Affordable Housing Program was taken to start the program by previous cities councils in 23-24 with no accountability. How about redirecting those funds to subsidize families in need? Because those are the people that we're trying to help with this. A personal situation with me is when the minute that this ordinance came into effect last year, I had 2 clients that called me and put their houses on the market. These are 2 people that had really good renters. They had low rents. It was well below market rate. And some could laugh and say, well, Barbara, you're a realtor. Maybe you benefited from that. You made a commission. Well, yeah, that's not the point here. I was struck by, I talked to the tenants and I felt terrible about it. And so did the landlord, the housing provider. She's no longer the housing provider. They are no longer. And then also I've had people, I have a downtown property that's for sale, and I have investors that come in and they've heard about this and they said, never mind. So please reconsider it. I would strongly request just doing the first option. We don't need it. We have protections. The state's protecting the tenants. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Barbara. Our next speaker is Sasha Bueno.
Hello. City Council members and staff, my name's Sarah Bueno, and I'm here to speak as a member of this community, a realtor, and a housing provider. I was not born and raised in Half Moon Bay, but my husband and his family were, and when we decided to start our own family, we felt strongly about being close to our loved ones. The only way we've been able to stay in this town is to subsidize our mortgage payments with tenants. Our story is very similar to what I hear from clients, friends, and family in regards to what's needed to be able to stay in this town that we all love so much. We have a housing crisis, and I don't believe this rental registration helps. I understand the $300,000 that was taken from affordable housing program, and $220,000 of that already being spent. I'm all for solutions, and I just feel that there could be a much better approach or appropriation of funds. The city of Salinas has repealed their program, Concord has scaled theirs back, and San Mateo City voted unanimously to pursue to not pursue the rental housing programs or regulations. I suggest we take a step back as well before any further action, time, or money is used. In closing, I want to speak to what I've seen as a realtor serving this community. I've witnessed firsthand and heard about many residents deciding to sell their homes and relocate out of the area to avoid feeling like their property rights are being threatened. I believe what makes this town so special are the people, and I hope to keep those people here. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Our next speaker is Linda, is it Crosay Anderson? Am I close?
Hi, I'm Linda Croce-Anderson.
Thank you.
I am the president-elect for the San Mateo County Association of Realtors and a director on the Board of Realtors for California. I'm here not in that capacity tonight, but as a resident of Half Moon Bay and not a landlord, but a housing provider. And I respectfully ask that you would please look very closely at option 1. Reason being is California already has rent control in place, and it's working very, very well. We don't need to add insult to injury on our housing providers in Half Moon Bay. Also, I ask myself why, and I ask that you ask the question why, would we bring a fiscally irresponsible program costing the city $200,000 plus that already to a city that's already in deficit? And it's already caused a lot of these housing providers to choose not to rent housing, thus cutting down on housing instead of bringing it. And personally, I feel it's rather invasive. I mean, I found it really frightening to see that slide with all the little dots of where everybody is. As my colleagues had said before, that the contract is between the housing provider and the tenant, and that is ironclad, and the housing provider is the one that should monitor what the tenants are doing. And it's really, I don't know what you're going to do with this data. I don't know if you know what you're going to do with this data, but it really doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. So I would ask that you please look at option 1, and Half Moon Bay has a lot of other issues that needs attention, and let's focus on those and let this one go. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda. Next person to speak is Frank Vella.
Hello, my name is Frank Vella, and I'm a Coastside resident. I'm also the president of Sam Carr for this year. I'm also a housing provider myself and a tenant in another building. As we've all seen here, the cost of this program is greater than the revenue. So right there, I know Half Moon Bay, most cities are at budget deficits, so that doesn't make sense right there. But more importantly, this doesn't really make sense for renters or housing providers. It's very difficult to be a housing provider to get any sort of revenue out of a property. And most housing providers do treat their tenants justly. They don't want to lose a tenant. It's costly to replace a tenant. And as we've said, rent control already exists. So I'd encourage you to really look at option one and look at better ways to promote housing providers. Thank you.
Thank you, Frank. Next speaker is Juliet Kulda.
Hi, good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members and city staff and everybody here, fellow realtors. Juliet Kulda. I live here in the community, also a business owner, a real estate agent, and recently we opened a property management company. So this has been top of mind for sure with all the extra layers that we're now going to be required to address here with both of these basically the rent stabilization and the rental registry programs. And I'm here to ask tonight that you'll consider voting tonight for option number one to remove both of these programs. There's several reasons for that. Just to name a few, our landlords already are required to fill out at least 45 to 50 pages of lease agreements and detailed disclosures, and to add an extra layer of costs and paperwork, just I'm not sure why we're doing that. It's already a lot. You'd be surprised here. Even with these fees that the landowners are paying, I'm now realizing the city is actually subdividing with our money, taxpayers, to make up for additional financial costs. And it seems like there's probably better places for our city to spend time and money. I think there's a lot of needs out there. In addition, I haven't read every detail of the letter of these programs, but I'm assuming that it's to help provide, more options for housing. And if that's the case, I just want to give you a little sense of what it feels like in the front lines. This morning I was in the room with at least, 45 or 50 of us in the room this morning, and this was talked about, and I think it was a pretty unanimous feel of the room of all the real estate agents are the ones out there, working with housing, not liking what we're doing here, and that's why I came. I didn't plan to be here tonight. So I just want to let you know it's important to the people that are out there in the front lines. And one real life example, Barbara mentioned this already, I had a client call when those letters went out. All of us did. We all talked about that. They were kind of scary and intimidating and scared some people. And one of my clients, we've gotten listings off of these letters, and that's not the best way to get listings because one of my clients actually has a house and a beautiful 2-bedroom ADU, and they had already moved out of state and they were not planning to sell. He got that letter, he called, he said, Juliet, I'm done. He said, this is so overreaching by our city, I just don't like it, just sell the property. And I said, it's a bummer because you have great tenants in there. So we had to give notice, and they went out looking, and this is creating more of a financial strain on tenants with supply and demand. So again, there's a lot of reasons, but I think in the front lines we're seeing it's just not working out, so please repeal. Thank you.
Thank you, Juliet. Our next speaker is Nancy Fontana.
Hi there, and thank you. I know that the council already knows how I feel about this ordinance, but to the members of the public, ditto, 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 ditto. This is a horrible program. But one thing I'm not hearing mentioned is I've been reading all the old staff reports. In 2018, staff recommended that you not do this. Now, that was 2018, November of 2018. So late 2018, we had a pandemic, so it took a while. The makeup of the council changed, and housing is important. It's a very complex issue. But the state has a law that if it's followed, it accomplishes much of what you want to accomplish. And in the whereases on the ordinance, which gave the reasoning why you decided the state law was a little too complicated, the tenants wouldn't understand, overly dependent on renters knowing their rights and privately pursuing legal remediation. So the landlords would have to know their rights and privately seek legal remediation as well. But you don't want that to be placed on the tenants because they maybe are lower income. I understand that, but that didn't mean you have to create a program like this. You could have had an outreach. You give thousands of dollars to a loss to reach out. Oh, you specifically said the 30% of the Latino. You have a loss. Have them reach out and explain their rights. You know, this is so cumbersome, but more importantly, economists all over are saying the long-term effects of this diminishes, it ruins the housing market. And pretty soon you have the higher income and then the junky places that people can't keep up and they can't get out. It's like you're in landlord jail. And and I can see how you might make the program pay for yourself. There are so many fees for the petitions. Every time there's the insurance rates just went up. So if you have 5 units, do you have to do 5 petitions and pay for a petition each time to try to get to a bigger increase? There's fee after fee after fee in here. I've studied, these are my notes. I could chew this thing up and spit it out. It's awful. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy. Our next speaker is Crystalline Gate.
Thank you very much. My first comment is as the chamber, my second is as a resident. First is the Chamber of Commerce. We have seen people come into the OCC on the renter's side with just as much confusion as the landlord side. And one in particular came in, had their rent raised in November of the year before, came in February and was having their rent raised again and had a city letter saying that that was okay. It did not fit what we understood the guidelines to be, so we actually sent them to Coastside Hope to have a more in-depth conversation. But I've been at every meeting and I've heard all of the sides, and it didn't seem to do what it was meant to do if somebody was having to go through this. Secondly, as a resident, I spoke and emailed council the first go round on this, and I still stand by it. My rent will continue to increase at an exponential rate than it would have had nothing changed, because my landlord, and I think many others, were happy with just maybe up to the 10% as things came up, and I did not have my rent increased every year. And now at the caps, I can plan on having my rent increased, and exponentially that actually works out to be me paying much more money over time than I would have in the past with the original cadence of my rent being raised. And I would like to echo a proposition that somebody brought up the first go round that I still think holds a lot of merit, is to have an ombudsman who can help when somebody has questions, because I think we all agree not everybody knows their laws and their rights, but I think for a lot less money, the city can create a friendlier face and be able to work with those that are having problems instead of being adversarial to both sides of the table. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Next speaker is Jan Gray.
Good evening, Council. My name is Jan Gray, a resident since 1968, seeing a lot of things come and go, and this is one of the things that the speakers before me have covered all the good points. So I'm left with nothing to say but to ask a question. Do we have any reports of success in any city, preferably California, preferably Northern California, that have had any modicum of success in any of these programs? How did they do it? How long did it last? Is it still ongoing? Thank you.
Thank you, Jan. Next speaker is Glenn Mitchell.
Thank you. I must be about the last. I just wanted to add to many of the wonderful things that people have already said that as I look at this, I don't get how it helps landlords. I don't get how it helps tenants. The data, I was glad to at least see some data, get an idea of what you've got. I think most of that information is out there already very publicly. I think I could have provided it, and I guess I should say that I am a property manager myself. I've been in this business for over 20 years. In that time, I have never had a year like last year where I had so many owners calling me saying, hey, what's the most I can raise my rent? Do it. This program single-handedly cost tenants, the gal that just talked, thousands of dollars. And it's going to continue. And that's the sad thing, is she pointed out that it doesn't really matter in some ways what you do now. You've already started this, and now everybody's just going to, if they're going to continue to rent, they're going to continue to jack up their rents. And it's really sad. And the last thing, too, that I'll add, too, some people have already mentioned this, too. I'm seeing people that are selling, and not specifically like this is the only reason, but it's part of it. They're through. They don't want to deal with it. Those houses that are getting sold are not being bought by investors. We don't live in an area where the investors are just swarming in here to get more homes to rent to people. So you're losing rental inventory, and it's Econ 101. You take away supply, the prices are going to go up. So I'm very against it. And I guess I'll throw this part out too. I'll be very honest. This actually helps me make money. So I got into real estate. I think most of these people got into real estate to help people. And I think that's why we're all here tonight. It's not about the money. It's about trying to help somebody and just say that this is not the right way to help people. Thank you.
Thank you, Glenn. Our next speaker is Evelyn.
Good evening, council members. I want to speak specifically about potentially the Ptolemy platform. I think it's also known as building blocks. It may not be the most secure platform. So I think one of the problems would be that if there was some unauthorized access or a data breach, it would add to the angst of this program, resulting in cases of identity theft or some sort of fraudulent activity. So if there was any desire to maintain the registry, which I seriously hope you don't, because that data is available through other sources, please do consider platforms seriously, data management software platforms, because it really would become a big liability for the city if there were such breaches to occur. Thank you.
Thank you, Evelyn. Next speaker is Nancy Stern.
Hi, thank you for bringing this back to the attention of us and bring this back on the agenda. I wasn't aware that this was going to be on the agenda until about a few days ago, and really glad to see it is. A lot of what you've heard here tonight from the audience was brought up a year ago. There's nothing new. And I think what Nancy said earlier about the previous council acted in haste is coming to fruition, actually. So I'm really glad to be talking about this right now. Irma, I have a question for you. We can offline that I'm a housing provider, just one unit. I registered, maybe I didn't have to. So even I'm confused, and I've been pretty aware, I thought. A few points that maybe haven't been brought up. One is just some considerations. I'm still not sure what good or success looks like from this. And I don't think that's ever been very clear quantifiably, subjectively, or objectively. I'm unclear on how we're targeting, I think, the small percentage of housing providers that aren't doing justice to their renters. I think we can find those people without a registry. I think that's would be pretty easy to do. I'd also be interested to hear what of the inquiries or comments that have been, over 500 comments have been put out there. It'd be nice to know what the themes are for public consumption there. Lovely to relocate some of the money that this project could save if it doesn't go on to housing grants or into rental subsidies. That would really help our community out right away. It'd be brilliant. And if for some reason, which I'm really hoping doesn't happen, that this continues, perhaps we can solicit some, not ombudsman, but advisory committee from the community, both housing providers and renters, that can provide some guidance to both staff and council as we move forward. There's an incredible amount of expertise in this community that I don't think we're tapping into, and I think that would do it justice to learn more. Thanks a lot for bringing this up to us again.
Thank you. Our next speaker is James Jimmy Benjamin.
Good evening, council members. I'm Jimmy Benjamin, Pillarcitos Avenue. Nice to see you and staff here. I'm not a member of SAMCAR. I'm not a, home housing provider. But it's an interesting subject as a former planning commissioner. We spent a lot of time, and you spent a lot of time, or your predecessors, on Measure D, which was one of our ways, one of the features of Measure D was some incentives to provide affordable housing. That was a way to kind of bump up your score. And it's amazing how quickly those things fade away when you're not on the commission. But I'm interested in whether a commitment on a Measure D application for deed-restricted affordable housing creates some nexus with the activities that you're looking at here. Perhaps there's an opportunity to obtain information in other ways that might be helpful for achieving the goals that it sounds like so many of our realtors would like to be extend themselves to facilitate those renters who are needy in more efficient ways. I don't know, maybe it's unrelated because it's just related to purchases. But the expert on Measure D is on the council, so I'm interested in what the insights are. I thought the comment about data security that the prior speaker mentioned was thoughtful. You know, every platform is going to have limitations, as you know, and I trust that for all of the platforms, whether it's housing or any other secure information, like bidding, for example, on contracts, that we take the necessary steps to make all of these systems secure. It certainly isn't just this one, but it's important. I acknowledge that. Thank you.
Thank you, Jimmy. Our next speaker is Judith Guerrero.
Good evening, council members. You have a hard decision to make. I want to give you a little bit of a glimpse of what my organization deals with. We provide rental assistance for critical needs. What I can tell you is the rents are very unaffordable in our community. We have families that are doubling up or tripling up. I myself am a renter. My rent was recently increased. I'm able to afford the rent increase because I don't have a family, but we do see when a rent increase is implemented, the impact that it has in a family that's already earning a lower income. I'm glad to hear that many of the realtors here today are house providers and are fair house providers, and I hope there was more fair house providers. unfortunately, when sometimes someone comes into my office is because the rent increase is not as fair. I know they are state laws and policies that already protect. As you make your decision, I will ask you to consider what it means for a renter in already a community that rent is very expensive. Thank you.
Thank you, Judith. We have two people online. First person is Matthew Detombe.
Hello, thank you, City Council and staff. I feel we have two options here. Have fewer rentals for people to rent or have more rentals for people. If we make Half Moon Bay more difficult to provide housing for people, people will leave and they'll sell their units and these units will be taken away from the rental stock. If we want less rental stock, economics states economics state that if there are more rental options and more inventory for rentals, then prices come down, or at least there's competition. If there's less housing and more second homes, it's harder for people to rent here, and we have more competition for fewer units. I don't know if you remember, but I spoke at this City Council meeting a few months ago, and when I complained about this ordinance, another person in the audience said, yeah, I don't have a rental in Half Moon Bay. I have a rental in El Granada. It's gotten worse here in Half Moon Bay for landlords. We want to make Half Moon Bay more friendly to housing providers and not more difficult. State Law 1482 does everything we need it to do, and it does not make Half Moon Bay less advantaged versus El Granada or other coastal communities. Let's remove this barrier for rental units and support more rental stock here. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthew. Next speaker is Matthew Borieski.
Hello, folks. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. I am a housing provider, not in Half Moon Bay, maybe fortunately, given this ordinance. I'm here to talk tonight not because I have a dog in the fight of maximizing returns from a rental, but rather because I want my kids to have a place to be able to rent when they're starting out and potentially longer. I don't want my kids living with me. I don't have a rental to kick anybody out of in Half Moon Bay, so if they want to come and live in this area, they're going to have to rent for a while. Their friends are going to have to rent for a while. And I think, as I've sent to each of you earlier today, there is really good agreement across both liberal and conservative leaning academics in the economics field that rent control actually destroys affordable housing availability. It's not all or nothing. You can still find some pockets where there is, some decent rent controlled apartments. But if you go look at a place like San Francisco, famously awesome in terms of affordability, they've had rent control for quite a while. People have done really well controlled studies and found out that if you look at a block of housing that was subject to rent control and a reasonably similar block of housing that wasn't, you lose 25% of the block of housing that was in the rent control group from rent control, and you lose 15% of it from rents altogether. They get privatized, they get turned into condos. And as a result, there's just less housing in those areas. That can drive gentrification. Maybe that's the goal. I don't think it is. And generally, if you want to make sure that people's kids and grandkids have enough places to live, you need to be leaning into responsibly creating inventory as opposed to constraining it, as we've seen in pretty much every place that's had rent control. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthew. I think that concludes all our comments. Public comment is now closed. We're going to take a 5-minute break. would you mind bringing the slide back up, which had the rents for the studios, 2-bedroom, 1-bedroom, the breakdown? Just want to see that one more time. It's mostly 2 and 3. Jesus Christ. Okay, we're back. Thank you. In case there's a couple more clarifying questions, we'll start with that before we get into our deliberations. Vice Mayor.
Yeah, so I'm a little confused, but if you could bring back that rental housing inventory chart again. Yeah, that one. So you said early on that approximately 472 units fall under the rent stabilization, and yet the 2 and 3 bedrooms, which make up, more than 400, are, as I understand it, single-family homes that are not subject to rent stabilization. So where do the 472 rent-stabilized units fall in terms of, number of bedrooms? I see 55 for 1 bedroom and 5 for studio. But I'm having a hard time imagining where the 472 fall. And that's one of the reasons earlier today I asked for, the breakdown in terms of units, rent-stabilized units. How many bedrooms? Is it mom and pop landlords? Is it larger landlords? But I don't see, looking at this particular chart, where those 472 units would fall.
Irma, what I would ask is, I'll answer the question, can you pull up the original chart that you provided for this, that I used to create this table? I'm afraid I might have mistyped some things here based on a very tiny chart. You don't need to pull it up on screen. Oh, that's right. You're not going to have access to it there. So I'm just going to flat out say we're going to have to compare. I'm sure the other numbers are correct, but the total units might be off. The other thing I will say is the 2 and 3 bedrooms aren't all single-family homes. I think what Irma said is that makes up a lot of the single-family homes. But we have 2 and 3 bedroom apartments throughout the city as well. But I think we're going to have to recheck that data, and I apologize. It was a tiny chart, and my eyes are not what they used to be.
Yeah, and I still would like that information, that breakdown, the landscape of landlords and, unit mixes that are under the rent stabilization. So that was my clarifying question. Okay.
Yeah, one more clarifying question. So 1,063 units registered.
That is
right?
correct, yeah.
But that doesn't mean they all fell within.
Rent stabilization? Yeah, that is correct.
Rent stable,
so
correct.
that is all rental units, all rental
That's
properties.
right. Okay,
Yeah.
that's what I thought. Great.
And that's where I believe something's off with these numbers because they don't total up to the 1,000
that's what I
units
was
that are.
wondering.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, well, let's begin deliberations. Who would like to go first?
I'll start us off.
Thanks.
This is probably one of the more difficult items that so my brief time on council, only, 5 months, but it points to a lot of different, landlord, there's tenants, protecting tenants' rights, trying to learn what laws are existing, what is the intent that, in our case, Half Moon Bay is trying to do. I've also, just knowing, working in a lot of places, sometimes we try to use something that may not fit for who and what we are. And a lot what I've looked at this item is something that maybe is really more appropriate in a larger community where you have corporate owners or multiple huge landlords when you're trying to do stabilization in a registry program such as this. And it just seems that overwhelming for our staff too. I remember Mike Noche, which he's not here. He's moved on to another city, but he had mentioned when you brought up about the rent stabilization, how much time, that was the registry, was the first one that came to us, how much time was spent. And I get it, when you launch something, there's always a learning curve and there, between the staff and the community, but I'm just, it just seems to me there's still a lot of time and money in staff time, because it's not just the cost of staff, but to have staff not working on something else is what I look at. So I'm not sure this is the right program for our city. That's my concern. And if we determine some type of rent control or rent stabilization is necessary, then perhaps we should be looking, at something else. I'm just having a hard time with this particular program.
Before, I want to just check in with Deborah Penrose, because I see her mute is off. Deborah, did you want to chime in at this point?
No, I'll wait until everyone else has spoken.
Great. Patrick?
My mother-in-law she inherited a unit in South City, and it was under rent control, and it was a mess for her. And she's almost 90 years old now, and she got stuck with somebody at $2,500 for a 3-bedroom, 2-bath, and there was costs that had to be put into that house, and she could not get them out. She couldn't do any of the work. She had to put a bunch of money into the place, and it became a very difficult, and she inherited it from Uncle Nick, and she inherited it, so there was no cost out of her pocket to get this property. The first thing she wanted to do after being stuck with this renter that didn't do anything to the house, didn't upkeep it, it started falling apart, she saw it, she just basically wanted to get rid of it and sell it. And then she found out that was a tough deal to do also, or just going through that process. So it went to a family member. It was my sister-in-law that got the house, but ultimately she wanted to get out of that and give it to basically my sister-in-law just to deal with it, because she didn't want to deal with this whole process of the rent control that was happening for her. I know that's South City, but it's, to me, I think we're a small city, and most of the big cities are doing it. San Mateo's doing it, San Francisco, San Jose, Oakland, Berkeley. We don't fall into that category. I'm also seeing the cost of the rent. Like, I know my guys at my work, they're hurting, and it's not easy, and we're in the same situation here. But for the 1-bedroom, what I was seeing, $1,900, and the 2 bedrooms were, what did I write down? What was it? What was that one list that we had on the? Yeah, 27 and 35. But that's actually kind of cheap, because if you go in Belmont and San Mateo, it's 22. They're $500 more. So it seems like we're on the lower side of that. And then I worry about things like the petition that we had an example in the staff report, you know, it's $4,200 for one. I think we had to pay for that, or correct? And we don't know how many more. So that's an ongoing. We also have time, staff time, excessive costs, and the taxpayers are paying for that. We had 500 phone calls, which, you know, that was what Paul brought up, and that stuck in my mind, that to me. But I know that's something that's new, and you're going to have a lot of it because it's a new thing, and people are going to have a bunch of questions. My emails and my phone calls from my Casa Del Mar people, you know, some of them have rentals, some don't have rentals. And they couldn't believe that this was going through, and they were very opposed to it, and they brought their concerns to me. Costs that we can not gauge right now. We don't know what all the extra costs are. Last night I did a lot of just basically Googling, and I did a lot of like YouTubing and things like that on just this subject matter. And this has been going on for years, and it doesn't seem to be working, and everybody talks about this on all these podcasts, and I thought it was pretty interesting. And a lot of these things on the podcast were, somebody just handed me off to this, I don't know who gave me this, but a lot of them were basically on all these topics in here and how it affects economists and what it affects the neighborhood and the big picture, what really happens. It was a negative impact. Decrease in housing inventory will eventually happen. We are in a deficit right now, currently, with our city, and to be managing, you know, the market for rental right now is not something I don't think Half Moon Bay City we were designed to do. San Mateo, with a large inventory, doesn't even have rent control. Inflation rate is what, 2.7, and then the increase for the rent increase is going to be 2.6. An ombudsman, which Chrislyn brought that. I've never heard that term before, but I kind of feel it's a good idea. If somebody can be a mediator for if we do have an issue on rent controls, we have somebody that they can talk to. Investors will not want to buy into Half Moon Bay for reasons of the rent control. So then that's going to create a inventory issue. Apartments will start to deteriorate over time, and the surrounding neighborhoods will start deteriorating. So actually that could affect how the big picture of our town will look. Conversions to condos was brought up tonight. So a lot of these topics that I actually listened to on all these podcasts and what I saw here were all the same thing. So it's like we're all reading the same thing. ADU units would be a viable way, I think, is a big push that I would like to see. Mom and pop landlords, that's where and I read this in one of the articles, it's exactly like what happened to my mother-in-law. They don't want to deal with all that stuff, and it's all this, you know, paperwork, the fees, registering, and all these things they basically want to sell. The black market rental will start to happen where somebody's not even registering, it's under the table. Then you have neighbors that are going to be watchdogs and saying, hey, that's a rental, and then you've got all these issues coming up. Constraints called, just constituents calling me and asking me to really evaluate this. So I'm not really in favor of it. I think AB 1482 does do its job in its own way, but I'm willing to listen to other council members to see what they have to say. The option 2, I starred that one, which is keep on going with the registration itself. But number 3 is not something that I was looking. So 1 and 2 is kind of what I would kind of start myself, but I'd like to hear what the other council members say.
So for me, the mom and pop landlord is the ideal landlord for Half Moon Bay. You know, one of the worst trends we're experiencing as a country is the rise of private equity, / corporate landlords that will increase your rent based on algorithms. These are nameless, faceless companies that have no accountability to the local populations, and they run the properties down and charge you the maximum amount of rent. It's happening all over this country. I don't know if we have it in this town. One of the things I want to find out from Tolimi is, who are our landlords? Are we already facing, corporatization? And so I don't want to do things that cause mom and pop landlords, small landlords, to get rid of their properties. And, we're facing kind of a new landscape here under the current administration in terms of, these trade wars and supply chain issues that are going to make everything more expensive, for everybody. It's going to make it more expensive to replace appliances, to do repairs, lumber, all that stuff is going to cost more money. And, these rent control regimes base things on the Consumer Price Index, CPI. But the Consumer Price Index does not include homeowners insurance. It covers, if you're a renter, it would cover what you're paying, in their survey, but it doesn't cover homeowners insurance. And with the new fire maps that we have, I think that's it's already increasing the cost of homeowners insurance on the coast side, and landlords aren't going to be any different. And those prices are going up exponentially. And if you pay for your homeowners insurance via your mortgage, and homeowners insurance is going up, that flags it for your bank with who you have the mortgage. So that creates another problem that you have to deal with. So I'm worried about a rent control regime locally driving out just the kind of people that we want to be landlords. I don't want to see them selling out to corporations or trusts, and I don't want to have them not invest in their properties and run down the property, because the rent stabilization applies to structures pre-1994. And those are the oldest buildings. Those are the buildings that need renovation, and they're going to be the costliest to renovate and repair and all that stuff. So I think, it leads eventually, in this high-cost area to blight. And I just don't think it's right for us. I think rent control will work at scale, and we don't have it at scale. Rent control started, during and right after World War II in the big cities, when rents were reasonably low. And it's worked out over time, although some big cities are looking at changing that. But, rents are already high, and I don't see that the tenants benefit that much. Maybe their increase won't be as much, but it's still very high. And if you're on the extremely low or very low income level, you're still just desperately trying to pull it together every month, even at, a rent stabilized rate. So I just don't think it's a good match for us for those reasons. So I would vote to terminate the rent stabilization. But we are a community that's driven by tourism, and the people who work in tourism in our restaurants, our retail and our farm workers, they're the most vulnerable to rental abuses. And it's hard for them to find places to live without, 10 people living in a, 2-bedroom apartment or whatever it is. But so I feel that we have some obligation as a community to help the people who work here, to live here. So how do we do that without rent stabilization? So, we're in the process of building some housing. It's a very slow process. I actually don't think that the low-income housing tax credit model is good for our community either, and it's very slow in producing results. Unfortunately, the federal government doesn't want to go to housing vouchers anymore or do it on a reduced basis. But for us, I think that we need to continue our tenant protections, which I think are actually pretty darn good. And I want to make sure that in addition to that we look at directing some resources to providing counsel to people to help them stay in their homes. I don't know if it's an ombudsman or, having a retainer, legal, but I think, we benefit as a community by helping people who work here, live here. And so that might be a way to do it. Tenant protections, legal counsel, and, we might consider how to fund some direct, payments, some direct subsidies. So rather than having a housing bureaucracy and struggling to make the fees match our costs, that we already have a community services financial assistance program. Maybe we include it as part of that, or separately find a way to fund some assistance. Maybe we give it to Coastside Hope to increase the pool of resources that they have available to help people, or we do it directly. But I'd like to see what alternatives we might take to help people to stay in their homes. I think, avoiding displacement is probably, the best thing we can do. And some rent stabilization programs, depending on the place and how long the program's been in place, can help do that. But that's the kind of thing that we want to do. We benefit from stable housing and housing for our workers. So I'm not saying abandon all assistance to those who are in need, but to find a way other than creating a bureaucracy whose expenses may outrun us and for whom we have very little ways to predict. Predictability is eluding us so far. So that's kind of where I'm coming from, helping people without having this rent stabilization bureaucracy, something that makes more sense for us. As relates to the rental registry, I was against that originally, and I still am, generally speaking. I don't like the fact that we have a private manager of all this, very sensitive information. On the other hand, I think it conceivably handled right and handled securely could give us valuable information, allow us to see leases, standard leases that people are using to help us, spot problems. So I've changed my mind a little bit about the registry. I don't like how we're doing it. If there's a way for us to do it ourselves or consult with somebody about how to do it in a more secure way, I think the information is handy. Not to aid rent stabilization, but separate and independent of it, so that we can monitor what's going on. How otherwise are we going to know whether, private equity is moving in on our housing stock? They're not just buying apartment complexes, they're buying single-family homes, right? So I've sort of done a bit of a turnaround on the rental registry, but I think it has to be done right, and I think we need to consult with people about how to do it right and how to do it securely before we make a decision to just can it all together. But in the meantime, I want all the information that we have. I want to see it. So I think that pretty much covers my thinking, right now about this. And I don't think I have anything else to say about it, so.
Councilmember Penrose, you have your hand raised, so why don't you go next?
Yes. I am heartbroken tonight at the attitude that this council has taken toward this program. Councilmember Ruddock says, on the one hand, this is a bad program. It's a bureaucracy that we're creating. We may have outrageous costs that aren't going to be covered with the revenue. On the other hand, people are suffering with outrageous rents that they're paying, and families are doubling up and living in intolerable situations. That's talking out of two sides of your head as far as I'm concerned. We have not done anything realistic to protect our citizenry who are living in conditions like this. Our tenant protection means nothing. The folks that say, oh, well, the state is already taking care of us. All the state has done is said you can charge up to 10% if you want rent increase. If you look at that, if you look at a $3,500 apartment for a 3-bedroom apartment here in Half Moon Bay, and you increase the rate by 10% each year, in year 1 it's $3,500, year 2 it's $3,850, year 4 it's $4,235, year 4 it's $4,658. So in 4 years, you've gone up $1,158, almost a third of what your original rent was. Another point I'd like to make is that landlords are in the business not of simply being home providers. They are in the business of making money from providing homes. And there is nothing wrong with people making money. It's a business. They are in the business of making money from providing homes. That's why they do it. They don't do it out of the altruistic desire to see people housed. They do it because it's going to help them out financially. And there is nothing wrong with that. There is only something wrong when they are making money, too much money, at the expense of those that are in the most need. Another point that was made that really has me upset, the cost of the program is not greater than the revenue. We don't know what the cost of the program is. We had 1 year of a program. Of course it's going to cost more the first year. Every program that we do like this costs more in the first year. We don't know what the ongoing costs are going to be. So that's baloney as far as I'm concerned. The landlords who have stressed this fact are smart enough to read the staff report. They understand this is the first year when the majority of the costs will not be repeated in subsequent years, but they bring it up to feed the inflammatory rhetoric that I heard tonight. The realtors and the landlords are, of course, against this program. They make their money through rentals. If a few landlords found that less than 10% increase wasn't enough profit, then I'm not unhappy that they said they had to move out of town. Good riddance. Judith Guerrero came in here to speak for the tenants because she knows how they live. She knows how they suffer. Good landlords don't know how they suffer. Only bad landlords know. We know that the tenants didn't come tonight because they are living in a state of fear. Many of our lower income folks are living in this state of fear that they will be deported any day by ICE. So they're not going to come to some city council meeting and make themselves publicly heard about what they've been through. They've stopped coming. They used to come, but in this new era of fear, they're not coming anymore. Somebody mentioned extra paperwork. Give me a break. 3 more pages to your 40 pages you have to do already. I don't want to hear about it. Does anyone have proof that there are fewer rental units available now because of this program? If you do, show me the proof. All you do is say, that's what's going to happen because my neighbor told me they were going to stop renting, or my neighbor said they were moving out of town. Give me a break. There is no data that our town will fall apart with rent stabilization. I've never heard a tenant say, raise my rent as much as you want. I prefer to not know what the future of my rent will be. Raise it as much as you want to. That's not what tenants say. They say, oh my God, I am paying an exorbitant amount of rent. I really, really hope that I can continue to live here in this town. That's what they're saying. We're a town that prides itself on taking care of every citizen. Why do landlords need to make more than the increase in the cost of living? Because they want to make more. Should their need to make more each year than the cost of living be borne on the backs of the poor? Another statement, because we're not a huge city with large corporate landlords, that doesn't minimize the painful existence of 30% of our Half Moon Bay neighbors. I think this program is one that has a chance of helping some of our citizens. I am desperately hoping that you'll give it one more year to see what happens. What does it work? What is the actual cost of this program? Get the data on who's stopped renting and that there are fewer rental units because of this ordinance. Give it a year, look at the data, and stop making inflammatory remarks. And I'm done.
Thank you, Deborah, for your input, and thank you for staying up late, by the way, where you're located. Appreciate that.
All right.
So I'm hearing just interesting quagmire of what people feel are the issues here, and a lot of eloquence on both sides. I appreciate that. But what I've heard, you know, over the last few years is we don't have enough housing for our workforce. And then we talked about what the workforce is. And I remember, Patrick, you were talking about the people who make, you know, like the people who make the muffins, work in the stores, and we had a conversation about the difference between affordable and, you know, low income and very low income. And a lot of those folks are very low income. And the frustration of people who work here can't live here. But we can't have it both ways. We just can't say we're concerned about that and then just kind of hope it's magically going to happen. You know how long it takes to build affordable housing, whether it's low income, whether it's mixed. It takes a long time to get developers to come in. And all this stuff about taxpayers paying for it, well, it's paid for out of a housing fund. You know how the housing fund is funded? It's funded by in lieu of money that developers who, you know, built housing here, multiple units, instead of having to provide 10, 20% of affordable units, they were able to buy their way out of it in lieu of. So that certainly didn't help the housing crunch for folks who can't afford market rates, right? But that's how that housing fund was created. So, and then I heard, you know, the vice mayor, you know, you said, look, we got to figure out something. How do we figure out ways to subsidize, you know, people's rents? But yeah, who the heck's going to come up with those subsidies? Are you telling me if you looked at all the folks who wanted to get some of those subsidies, that would somehow cost less collectively than the money we pay to keep the current program going? Or does it make sense until we really figure that piece out to keep some form of rent stabilization in place. And I don't care if we raise it, to 4% or 5% even, something in place to kind of even the playing field out until we do come up with a way to subsidize or honestly agree as a council, as a community, no, we don't care about those folks having, too bad. A lot of people have to live far from, where they work and commute for hours. We get people here working on some of our farms who are bussed in from other places. It's cheaper to live there. But I just don't know how we could complain that people who work here can't live here and then completely get rid of a program all of a sudden before we've given it a chance to see if we might be able to work out some of the quirks. So I don't know if we can reach a consensus here. I think as Councilmember Penrose has stated, I mean, do you know how many people used to have come in as renters and tenants and talk about their situations? And now, yeah, they're terrified to even come in the building. So we never really heard those voices other than from Judith Guerrero, who represents, those communities. And I don't think they will come in. So that's where we stand as I see it right now. Let's keep going.
Well, one thing we could reconsider is a empty house tax. We didn't do that before, but, I personally think we should bring that back for reconsideration to generate some revenue for.
So as a source of income to pay for subsidies, is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
I don't have any problem with that personally, but then again, what do we need to keep in place until that does get passed by council? That's another separate issue. I'd like to see some safeguards stay in place. And by the way, I don't think, I heard all night, the state ordinance really is enough protection. That is, I totally agree with Councilmember Penrose. I'm sorry, that is just BS. People are not gonna come forth and, sue their landlords. At the federal level, they're getting rid of legal services. Who's gonna be funding that? You think Alice has, all that capacity to provide all those legal services? And that's why I kept harping on how does that get enforced? So the state's not coming in, they're not just checking stuff. So someone on their own, a lot of folks who don't know the legal system, and provide, even if we provide them, well, here's all you have to do. You file this with the state. They're going to be pretty scared that their landlords will, in some way, create issues for those tenants or get rid of them and bring in other tenants. So I don't think saying, I really just don't feel it's completely honest to say, yeah, the state's taking care of all that, no problem. That's just not true in reality. So, so yeah, I'm really open to other possibilities here before we make some motions.
Well, interesting. We all can assume what each one of us are thinking. I mean, I just wonder there was an option to keep the registry and not the stabilization. So how much money or how much time do we spend on the registry? Because are the two kind of hand in hand? I mean, I was trying to understand why would you keep one and not the other?
Yeah, so I think some costs are expected to go down, especially since it would most likely just be me in terms of staff time dedicated to this project. Some costs are specific to rent stabilization, and in terms of the cost, the price for the data management would remain the same, which is expected to be recovered with registration fees in the future. But yeah.
If we didn't have the rent stabilization in its current form, could you bring something else back? If you wanted some type of rent control that maybe applies more in our town, or is our only options this one, or in the Tenant Protection Act, the AB 1482, and apparently our own municipal code ordinance, chapter 6.08. Is that all? Those are our choices?
You know, when this item was brought forward again back at the end of 2023 and early 2024, staff was asked to go and explore what the options were, and really the way that the rent control, the rent stabilization was constructed here is kind of the standard. The Costa-Hawkins Act really kind of limits, sets the parameters for what you can do, and certainly we could modify like how we calculate the cap each year. I think that's something that is within our control. So, you know, the state is 5% plus the CPI. We are at 80% of the CPI, is that correct?
So it's 3% or 80% of the change in CPI, whichever one is less.
We could come up with some other formula that would increase that amount if we wanted to. We could further restrict how many, the types of units that rent control applies to. But again, that's already quite constrained by Costa-Hawkins. So there's tweaks we can make like that. But as far as how we administer the program, I'm not sure how we would do that differently. And then just going back to your original question, I think this year, most of the costs really were around the setup and initiation of the registry. And rent stabilization registration is a continuation of that. Those were two separate processes that kind of merged. If we were to move forward with both programs this fiscal year, starting in June, we'd register everybody at once. You know, if you go in and register as a landlord, you would select, I'm rent stabilized or I'm not. And so there's so much overlap between the two. Do I think there'd be a great cost savings by eliminating rent stabilization? Probably not. Probably not, because the registry applies to more units, it applies to more landlords. I think it's in the big picture, and I'm saying this kind of anecdotally because we haven't surveyed folks or anything, but I think rent registry is less controversial with the landlords because it's lower cost and once they provide the information and pay the fee, they're done for the year. But there will be staff time required in either case, and I'm not sure how much of a savings there is. It's really hard to tell after this first year.
Well, plus you have the cost of challenges. If you had numerous people challenging the amount each year, that's more staff time, that's probably more legal time, that's expensive time.
Yeah, and in this year, we have in the ordinance that the landlord pays the fee for that, but we didn't establish a fee because we had no idea how much it would cost to process that appeal. It's about $5,000. Would that be passed along to the landlord as it's written in the ordinance right now, and we set that as a fee or something in that ballpark? That's another policy decision that would have to be made. But certainly, the cost burden to the city would be disproportionate.
Okay, thanks.
So where I'm landing is to buy us some time. I've heard of empty house tax. I've heard of, well, maybe we could come up with some other form of rent stabilization, because we're certainly not going to magically come up with that tonight. But maybe we need to work harder on that. Other sources of possible rent subsidy. I would vote to keep things in place as they are for now, see if costs go down, and then really roll up our sleeves and see what some of our other choices are if we want to make sure people can, live here where they work, and give some stabilization to those who have the weakest voices in the community when they are charged high rents. And, I really liked what, I just really enjoyed I think Glenn Mitchell, is that? Yeah, I just enjoyed your honesty of what happened. That a lot of landlords got anxious and said, how much, can we raise our rent before this ordinance kicks in? And that's probably true. So rents are probably higher now than they would have been. And that's probably a normal reaction when all of a sudden any community, town, city comes up with a rent control ordinance. So with a lot of rents as high as we see, and there's always context. There's a real difference if someone has 4-unit building, 6-unit building that they've paid all the mortgage off on, they've had it for a while. The impact on that person in terms of raising rents is very different from someone who just bought a unit for a couple of millions of dollars and has high mortgages to pay, right? I don't know if our current program really takes some of that into consideration, but I don't think it does. But I do understand the difference between those different financial situations. But if you're going to go into investing in real estate, in rentals, it's really good to know what you're in for. And some people get in over their heads pretty quickly. So, any rate, that's where I would stand. I'd love to hear some motions. We'll vote.
I would like to
Different
make
ways.
a motion.
Yes.
I don't know quite how to state this. I would like to make a motion that we continue the current program for another year, but I would like us to collect data to show if any of our current registered landlords have left town or stopped renting. If we can get some information on whether these allegations that are being made, which I think they're being made to scare us, if there is any basis of truth to them. So I'm not sure how to make that motion, but that's what I would like included in my motion.
Can I add to that?
Sure.
Could we do it a shorter time, 6 months? I don't know.
I think a year is a reasonable amount of time. I think that our costs are not going to be huge for a year. And I think if we give it a reasonable amount of time, then we'll have a reasonable set of responses, set of results that we can really rely on. I mean, I think it's going to take a lot longer than 1 year to know the full impact of it, but I think we'll know a lot within a year.
Right. But because I want us to work hard to put something forward that I can be comfortable with that's practical in Half Moon Bay. I heard a lot of, again, one-sided, but pushback that this ordinance wasn't practical here. So that's why, I have this concern, and I am afraid another year, and I don't know how long we think we take us to get data, but go ahead.
So what I'm worried about is, as a result of rent stabilization, landlords either selling the property or, converting it to condos or townhomes or whatever it is. And I think with, as we see the impacts of the tariffs on the cost of living and the cost of materials, I think that risk grows. And it's going to hit us in about 30 days, these higher prices. And there's plenty of reports out there already on San Francisco and other cities about the impetus to conversion as a result of rent stabilization. It's in that San Francisco study, for instance. So I think waiting a year, may be too long. I don't want to see what limited housing stock we have for rental converted to, other uses.
And I don't want to be running off. I don't want to be responding to fear-mongering when we don't know what the facts are. And we won't know what the facts are until we give the program a chance to work. So, saying that things are going to be understood a lot better in 6 months is a fallacy as far as I'm concerned. I think it's going to take at least a year to understand.
I can't support a year.
And how many people have you seen who've sold already that you have real data on or have converted to condos? I haven't seen data on anybody. I've just heard people talking about it, raising the fear, pushing the fear. We can't help the poor in our town because, gee whiz, we'll go out of business.
I haven't been talking about not helping the poor. I'm talking about finding other ways to do it.
That's a long-term solution, and that takes a while to figure out. So give this program a year while you figure out other ways to do it, and then can the program if you don't like it, if you've got other ways to help out.
If the program was canned now, how quickly would something be able to come forward back to us? Because I'm trying to figure, timing, and maybe we're all talking about things we don't know what we're talking about, right? So I'm trying to.
If I understand the question correctly, you're wondering if this council decided to eliminate the programs, how quickly could we facilitate that?
Or, well, that's a process I assume it has to go, if you're going to remove it.
Right.
But then if to bring something back that we feel we need.
Something?
Well, exactly. I don't know what it is we feel we need.
That's it. So the question you're asking is a moot question. We don't even have ideas. One suggestion, an empty house tax. How long, Matthew, would it take us to figure out how many empty houses we have and how much tax we should put on them? How long would that take, at a minimum?
Well, we would, as we know from prior elections, we have a pretty short window ahead of us, so I would say the 2026 November election is what we'd be looking at. I don't think there's enough time to turn it around before the 2025 elections.
And my struggle is I'm being advised and I'm reading things that this doesn't work. It's not having the results that it's intended to have. That's what I'm trying to.
Elsewhere, not here. That's not what you're hearing about here. We haven't heard yet what's happening here. We haven't seen the program work. We haven't seen the program. It's only been a year.
We know what happened in places.
I'm not worried about a rash of condo conversions here. You're right, it could happen, I could be wrong, but it's just not something I see happening in Half Moon Bay, that there's enough multiple unit buildings that that would happen. just to that particular point. That's not what I'm concerned about. I am concerned about, you know, continuation of people doubling up and tripling up in houses because they have no choice in terms of, you know, affording the rents. So I would like to see other ways of subsidizing rents. I would like to bring other folks into the dialogue. But in the meantime, yeah, it's not a perfect solution. So it's not working great. We got a lot of articles given to us by folks who are against, you know, having a rent stabilization program. So maybe we could dig in and find some other research, and, you know, that's a little different there, you know, especially stuff coming from certain big cities. And in the meantime, afford this amount of protection, which is still meager when you look at these rental costs that people are paying, right? It's definitely more than 30% of their income, right, which is usually considered the sweet spot. Shouldn't have to spend more than 30% of your income. Yeah. Some people are spending 50%. So, so yeah, I'm up for buying us at least another year at a time. I don't think 6 months is really enough. And it allows us, and I think the home providing community / landlords can survive another year, you know, and we'll all try and figure this out. And I would look to Samco and others to help us think about what some of those other solutions would look like as well. Bring everybody into the conversation.
If we did 6 months, could we renew it for another 6 months if we wanted to?
I think I've been kind of thinking about this concept if we're not ready to make a final decision tonight and let it play out. You know, the programs are built on an annual basis. So a couple of questions would be, would we register everybody for 6 months, reduce the fee in half, and then would we have to re-register them again in 6 months if we wanted to move forward? That essentially is going to double the cost of the program this year. I think probably the easier approach is if you wanted to continue to evaluate it, we would have to just do another year. And in 6 months, you could reevaluate it and make a decision about, do we continue it, do we eliminate it, and then what steps do we do to, you know, you're talking about doing it twice in 1 year, essentially, the same work twice. That basically, when we talk about staff time and opportunity costs, that's pretty significant, along with all the research that I think we would want to do over the next 6 months. So I would advise, if you want to continue to evaluate the programs, we move forward under the current model, and we set a target for 6 months to bring back more data for discussion. At that point, you make decisions about how you want to proceed.
I think, though, that we need to address how the rental registry is happening. I don't think it's ideal. I've had people question the security of it, and I would not want to sign another contract without.
I'd be very interested. We've heard from a member of the public tonight. I'm not sure what that's based on, what those concerns are based on. We vetted this vendor. They're the only vendor that's really doing this right now. I think we'd have to develop a standalone solution, or...
It's a startup company that could sell itself and take that data with it, sell it to somebody else. I just think it's not a good idea.
Okay.
And 23andMe was secure.
Right. I think, you know, I hate to throw fuel on the fire, but we have a third-party vendor that collects all of our business license information. Much longer established, been around a lot longer. Same situation can happen there. The city, a city of our size, the bandwidth and the to create our own systems and processes, and we're still going to have to collect money. There's always going to be third parties. We have a member of the community that is an expert in this. I'd love to sit down with her and kind of talk about some of those options. But I don't think us trying to take it in-house is a likely option unless we want people to come in and write checks. You know, We're trying to do this online, make it simple, collect credit cards. I think it becomes challenging, but I think it's certainly something we could look into.
I definitely, yeah, I get trying to, if you try to do it in 6 months and then you decide in 6 months it's a good idea, you do it again, that you're double charging. So, but I really want to come back to this soon if we do decide. But I'm fearful just saying another year. It's like another year. I'm not sure that's, right either. I want us, ideally I'd want to come back in 4 months. But, I just.
Can I ask what your fears are around having it? What will happen during this year that will be so bad?
Well, if we lose housing stock for renters.
But we don't know that till we see what happens. Some people might sell their houses and other people might buy those houses and continue to rent them. We don't know, especially we don't really know how much housing stock we would lose and how much will be gained or if it'll be even out. I don't see how we know that.
In 6 months, you come and you look at it. You get the information in 6 months.
I'm not just going to wait around for information about how it's working. I want us to be looking for alternatives. That's the only reason that I would delay unraveling it, is to come up with alternatives. I'm not interested in the approach. I'm interested in finding alternatives.
Right. If there are alternatives that are going to work, I'm all for it. But we don't have them right now. We don't know what they are right now. So the question is, to give this program another year, look at it in 6 months to see if we've been able to collect any data that all the landlords have left town and there's no housing stock left, or if things are the same as they were and we continue the program. I'm fine with that. Any other solution than rent stabilization that works, I'm for, if it works. If it keeps people from doubling up 2-3 families in a 2-bedroom apartment, I'm for it.
They're going to have to do it with these rents in any case.
Say that again?
They are going to be doubling up any case because of the scale of the rents compared to their income. They're still going to be doubling up.
So we don't make it a little bit better for people that are really suffering. Because they're suffering, it's okay. They can continue to suffer.
No, I'm not saying let them suffer.
Much better.
I'm talking about an approach that potentially involves direct payments. Not the full amount, of course, but something that is more in scale for what we have to offer and that preserves our existing housing stock.
I'm for it. If we can come up with something, let's do it. By all means.
I'm for an alternative measure if we can do it. If we can utilize some of that money that we put into this program and do it directly to people that need it in this town, I'm definitely for it. And I'm definitely for checking and seeing and monitoring over a course of time to see if it works. But I've all the things that I've been reading and all the things I've been hearing, yes, I'll agree. Maybe it is labeled as fear because that's how they're sending it. The message is being sent and I'm listening. But I'd like to make sure that we're all listening at all of them, like the landlord, the renters, everybody that's involved. So we get compiling of all information so then we can figure out, is this working or is it not working? What I've been hearing is it's not working. And I've been hearing a lot of expenditures in our town that we're spending to do this. And we were overwhelmed, which is a normal thing. It's a new task that we took on. I'm also seeing a lot of cities not doing it, and I've talked to other council members that when you go to these subcommittees, we're not doing that, we're not getting involved with that. But they don't tell you why. They don't tell you why, but this is part of the reason why. Maybe it's not working, or it can work. I'm all for it if it can work.
And you can't discount anecdotal information in a small town. That's how you find out about things. You go to the farmer's market, 2 different times going to the farmer's market, I hear from 2 different landlords. I'm out of the rental business. You know, that's just two people, but it's two people, two landlords in a small town, you know. So.
But you didn't hear a thing from the tenants, because the tenants are all at home hiding from you and anybody else.
I know
Turn
what.
them in, so they don't dare speak up.
Yes, I don't
We
hear from the
know that
tenants,
they
but
were
I know what they're paying, and I know that it's more than they can afford. And I know how it would be for me if I had to pay more than I could afford. So I'm not totally without empathy. Thank you.
No, I understand that.
No, you don't.
I understand that.
No, you're
I just
criticizing me
think
for
when you-
it.
No, when you say that you can't discount rumors or
I don't need you to
made by-
evaluate.
Let me finish
I
my
don't
sentence.
need you to
Let me
evaluate
finish.
my personal values. Thank you.
I'm not talking about your personal values. I'm
You
talking
are.
about what you said. What you said was, we can't discount comments that people make in a small town like this. And
You
what
accused me
then
of
you
talking
said-
out
then
of
you
both
said,
sides
"Let
of
me
my
finish."
mouth. Excuse me, I
finish.
don't want to hear it. No, I
Let
don't want
me
you to
finish.
finish. No.
And then you said, I spoke with two landlords who told me this wasn't going to work for them. And my response to that is, did you just speak to two tenants? And of course you didn't. They're not out there speaking.
I listen to everybody who wants to talk to me. I don't, you know.
Of course you do.
Yes, I do. So just back off. Thank you.
I believe that.
Back off.
Okay, hang on. I'm running this meeting. Thank you both. So,
Can I ask?
what I heard you say, well, you're at a farmer's market and some landlords came up to you and said, yeah, I can't do this anymore. But we don't, of course, hear those tenants' voices. So that was the point. We hear some voices, but we don't hear other voices. And then, you know, the unheard voices, we can make whatever assumptions we want. But there's a lot of unheard voices, and many of those people just leave. And we'll never really hear about it or hear from them. So, so back to Patrick. So what, I want to be clear on what you're saying you're supporting. Did you say you're supporting getting more data, getting the whole community involved in alternatives? We want to hear about all the alternatives. But what do we do during that time we're hearing about the alternatives? Because that one option is to continue the program as it is for another year, get data, information from everybody we can, and hope that we do come up with alternatives. Or stop this program completely and hope that we come up with alternatives. But in the meantime, you leave some folks high and dry in that process. Because if we stop the program and hope we come up with alternatives and then don't come up with the alternatives, then we're never going to I just can't imagine this program coming back to council and saying, yeah, let's do that again. So that's the predicament. Which way forward to give us time to look at alternatives and keep the status quo, which will protect rents for many people where they stand now and not see larger increases, or abandon the program and then hope we find alternatives. I mean, let's be honest, that seems to me like the two choices here. You're not going to just magically come up with alternatives, you know, unless we really, you know, have the time to do it. But I think we should keep the safety net in place until we do. And we still have that motion. We still have Councilmember Penrose's motion on the table to continue it for a year, look at the data, come up with alternatives, see, you know, get some more reliable information about how many landlords have shut down or not, and how many units are still available for rental. And is there a counter motion? Because I'm ready to second that motion if there's not a counter.
Any value to continue this item? To a date certain? Because right now, I just, you know, you have two new council members that weren't here when,
Yeah.
you know, it was done. We weren't here at any of those. And we've heard either, you know, through our campaigns or hearing from folks. I don't know if a lot of, how much people really knew this was on, both items are on tonight's agenda. Does the annual registry coming up, is that what we're under the gun
I think
about?
that's the challenge is the programs are supposed to start their second year cycle June 1st, meaning the registry would reopen. Technically, the registry is supposed to open prior to that for early registrations, but the way the program is structured in the ordinance, we'd reopen the registry June 1st. They'd have till the end of June to register and pay, and then after that, if you know, they could still register, but they'd start paying late fees. So there's a timeline component. Obviously, you as council could, you know,
When does the
adjust
Talimi
that.
contract come up?
I think it's till the end of July. Is that right?
Yeah, well, I will be voting against that.
I mean, I'm just trying to, I know, I see some value for me for a month.
Yeah, but we don't really have a month because we still have the June 1st date, right?
Well, again, I would say we can administer the program the way that we want to, which means we could postpone reopening the registry and wait until a decision's made and then set different timeline for this year. I think we'd have to sit down and really talk through what that looks like. But I think that there is potential for that. Kind of delay the registration for the next fiscal year, for the next year.
Right. I'd feel more comfortable with that.
Delay it for,
Come back in a month. And he would delay the registry for, I don't know, maybe just a month or something.
Right.
so when would that date be to reconvene this issue, to bring it back?
That's really up to you all.
When would it have to be to make it?
Again, well, one date, remind me, when do we calculate the cap,
Allowable
the
rental
rental
increase?
cap?
August 1st.
Yeah. So I would say we need to have a decision in June so that we can, if you're going to move forward with it and continue the program, reopen it July 1st at the latest. So I think a month.
So that would be our last session in June, the third week of June, right?
Yeah.
What I'm wondering is, what will Paul learn between now and then? What information is it that you think you can get that's going to help to better inform your decision?
Well, yeah, it is, and because I'm hearing basically landlord side, you know. So I'm trying to understand which, you know, will people show up, or and sometimes you don't see benefits of something for a long period of time. You know, we keep saying there's a benefit, and I'm not sure. You know, I'm trying to figure out all of these cost benefits for the city to implement this. How come we don't, you know, is there something more digestible or easier for us to manage and having what it's taking right now?
I don't think we're going to hear from tenants per se. We might hear from some advocacy groups that take up their cause. I'm just being realistic that that's who we would hear from.
You're going to get more opinions. At some point, you got to weigh the same opinions you're getting now.
Yeah.
You might have more of them, but you're getting more opinions, you're not getting data.
And that's why if we continue the program for another year, we have a chance of collecting some real data that tells us whether or not the program is going to work. Because I don't want to lose housing spots. I don't want to lose rental spaces because landlords are giving up. I just don't believe that that is entirely the truth. I think that's overinflated, and I think it's spoken without data. And it's based on what other cities have gone through. I think we need to know what our city is going through, and I think it's going to take us another year. And I don't think it's going to be a huge cost. And I really hope all the landlords don't leave. But I honestly don't believe that they will.
I'm going to call the question. Is there a motion in the second?
Well, we have a motion on the floor, but it wasn't seconded. So did you want to make your motion again clear, Deborah? You're on mute.
Sorry, I move that we continue the current program for one more year while gathering additional data about the number of units that have been lost because of the rental registry and the rental stabilization programs, or the number of units that have been converted to condos, and the number of units that have been converted to condos, and the number of landlords that have actually given up their business, and the number of new landlords who may have come in.
Deborah, can we add in like extra costs, like if their fire insurance went up or something went up in cost-wise, you know, that they weren't? Okay.
Yes, you can add to that any additional costs to landlords that can be proved to be valid.
And I would add, during that time, we would explore all the alternatives for sourcing alternative revenue for subsidizing rents, which is what you were talking about, whatever that might look like.
Yes, that's good. We could add that in.
And you could just direct your entire CSFA toward rental subsidies. All right, there was $300,000 on the table every year, so.
Yeah, we could do that, but I don't think that's feasible, actually. We could, yeah, that could be one of the alternatives we could explore.
One of the things we talk about, yeah.
Right.
Let's talk about
To add that, because that was one of my questions on the housing funds, what could we use it for? And Deborah, you just brought that up. So I was thinking that on that, if we could use that fund and subsidize.
That's different from the CSFA. I just want to be clear from that. We have housing funds that we can use for that. Those are not part of the general funds, totally separate, right? So yeah, that could be a decision that we come up with in addition to whatever alternatives, et cetera. Okay, anyone taking notes on that? Catherine, you got that somewhat?
I'm taking some notes as well.
Yeah, I think we have most of it.
Yeah.
Okay, do you want to, I'm going to second the motion, but then you're going to have to kind of repeat what we think you got on there.
So if we do continue with the third option to continue both programs, we were also seeking direction in terms of the exemption criteria for affordable housing developers for either exempting that fee or doing maybe like a partial fee for them. So I don't know if that wants to be discussed too, or if we want to.
Would that be one of the alternatives we can discuss, but not in this motion per se?
No, I think if we're going to continue the programs, I think it's an important policy point.
So
Again, I know the hour's late and that hasn't been the topic of discussion, but I think it's a crucial piece of how we move forward if we move forward.
Okay, got it. Okay, thank you for adding that in then. Anything else? Was that?
Oh, that's it, sorry. Yeah.
Okay. So.
Do you want me to read it?
Should we take a roll call on that?
I would suggest having the clerk read back the motion just so everyone's clear.
Okay. Go ahead. Okay, so this is what I have, and if I forgot the last part, you add it in as I'm done. Okay. So the motion was to continue the program one more year with data with the number of units lost and converted into condos, the number of landlords who have left, any additional costs to landlords, and all other alternatives, and exemption for
affordable housing developers.
And all other alternatives to provide rent subsidization.
To provide rent
subsidization.
To consider other alternatives,
consider all
all
alternatives.
other alternatives.
Right.
And to the mayor, just costs in general of staff costs, you know, to keep track of that, to see if it's going up or down and.
Yeah, I think we're doing that as part of, that's included in
Does it have to be a motion?
the cost that we assess each year. Okay, so time for a roll call?
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Councilmember Johnson.
Yes.
Councilmember Nagengast.
No.
Councilmember Penrose.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ruddick.
No.
Mayor Brownstone.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. All right. Our last break was at 9. Everyone doing okay?
No, I want to go to bed.
Let's see what else we have left. Yeah, it's 1:30 for Councilmember Penrose. So we're already continuing item 3E, the Community Service Financial Assistance Program.
Could we continue the city council priority setting? Deborah should be, really engaged in this discussion, and she's tired and she wants to go. So can we?
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
All right.
So that leaves a sanitary sewer master plan, an update, and the capital improvement program update.
Yep.
All right. Let's have a staff report on the sanitary sewer master plan update.
Thank you.
Good evening, council and members of the public. Maz Bozerginia, Public Works Director, City Engineer for Half Moon Bay. We only have 30 slides to go through this item. No, I'm kidding. I'm here with Vivian Housen of VH Housen and Associates to present the hydraulic model and sanitary sewer master plan for the City of Half Moon Bay's collection system. Vivian has been has a great understanding and background on the collection systems throughout the Mid-Coast side through her years of experience in different capacities. So I'm happy to have her here tonight to present this item. With that, I'm going to turn this over to Vivian and for a brief presentation, and then we'll have questions and answers.
Thank you. Is this on? Yeah, it's on. All right. Okay. Good evening, Mayor Brownstone, members of the council. So this is this will be a fairly brief presentation on the sanitary sewer master plan and hydraulic model update. We have been working on this master plan for some time, and I'll go through a timeline of what has happened during the development of this master plan. I'd like to first, closer to the mic, is that better? I'd like to first give an overview of the city's sewer system, and then talk about the timeline of the master plan development. There's been a lot of work that's gone into this plan and also a prior plan. Provide an overview of the hydraulic model, which is the foundation for the master plan, hydraulic model of your sewer system, and then our findings and proposed capital improvement projects. So as an overview, the city has about 35 miles of gravity pipelines. I have a couple of other maps to help clarify the different parts of the system. There are 3 pumping stations. They're way upstream in the system. There's one at Pelican Point, there's one at the golf course, and then there's one near where Highway 1 and Main Street come together. And the rest of the system flows by gravity. And there's 1.5 miles of force main. Those are pressure pipes that are downstream of the pump stations. So the pump stations basically pump flow into the gravity system. The city serves approximately 13,000 of its residents. There is a portion of the city that's not served by the city of Half Moon Bay, and I'll go through that in a second. The northern boundary is Frenchman's Creek, and north of Frenchman's Creek, Granada Community Services District provides sewer service to your residents. The flows in the hydraulic model are generated based on your land uses. And so we took the information from your general plan, including your build-out areas, and you have about 37% single family, 4% multifamily based on your general plan. You have other uses, industrial, commercial, schools, and there's 16% of open space, and then 30% of your system is targeted for planned development, which has various uses. So all of those uses were imported into the model parcel by parcel. And then we put what we thought was estimated flow from each parcel into the model, and then put meters out in the system to actually measure the flows during dry and wet weather. And then looked at the model and said, does the model match what we measured? And worked with the model until the model matched what was measured. So the model generates your dry weather flow to match your general plan. And then we looked at the wet weather patterns from the flow monitoring program, and then put in a representation of how much rainfall enters into your pipes through cracks and other wet methods that water enters sewer systems during wet weather, and then match the model to the measured flow to make sure the model represents what's happening when it rains. And then we added your design storm, which is a 10-year, 24-hour storm, which is a storm that's predicted to happen not every 10 years, but have one, it has a 10% chance of happening every year. And it generates flow over a 24-hour period. And those numbers are established by the meteorological authorities. They're not established by the city. And so what we found is, and this is a very, very small part of your system, so what we found is only in this part of your system do you have capacity constraints. The capacity constraints might even be a little bit less than what's shown here, because we have new information about the downstream part of the system that might make this red line that's in the middle, right in the middle of the figure, a little bit shorter. And so the model predicts that the system flows by gravity, so it's kind of like a sink. So you only have so much flow that can go down the drain, and after the maximum amount of flow is going down the drain, no more can go. So if you keep putting water in, the sink overflows, and that's what's happening to your system. So the model predicts that the most the system can push through, the drain is the plant, that's the very bottom of your system, so the most it can push through is about 7 million gallons per day. And then anything above that, that's coming in from your residents, but also usually in wet weather is when your flows go up, so through rain infiltrating into your system, anything else starts backing up. And so in this part of the city that you can see on the figure, which is around Safeway, right behind Safeway, that's where your system backs up. And I'll show you kind of a cross-section of your pipes through that area so you can see what it looks like underground. And so that flow backs up, and then it's predicted in the design storm, which is a big storm. It's a storm that only has a 10% chance of occurring. And it predicts that you'll have backups and you could have spills in up to 3 locations, but now with our new knowledge, those locations might reduce to 1. And so the most problematic area in your system is behind Safeway right now, and we're even looking to see if the model accurately represents that, because the area behind Safeway is under trees, so we don't have accurate survey information, so we may not be representing the ground correctly, and so the situation is all theoretical, and we're looking at the real world to make sure that what we've modeled reflects the real world in that location. So I have a profile here, and this shows you, or it's intended to show you what's happening underground. So the brown is the ground surface. The scale is really augmented in the vertical. So you don't have cliffs like that, but it's basically augmenting it so you can see what's happening with the flow. And then this, if you're on the very right side is the plant. And then as you go toward the left, then you get up to Highway 1. So by the time you get to the far left, you're at Highway 1. And so this is kind of I can go back up to this slide. It's taking it basically from the top of the red line in the middle all the way back to Highway 1. And so that's what it looks like underground. And you can see when you're over at the plant, the blue line is the pipe. That's the pipe that has the predicted surcharging. And then the kind of the purplish red line that's above the blue line, that's the predicted level of the water underground. And the water is actually not coming out of the pipe underground. It only comes out of the pipe in the manhole. So the vertical bars are the manholes. And so where the water is, the reddish, kind of reddish purple line in the vertical bar is where the water might come up in the manhole. In between manholes, the water stays in the pipe, but the model just shows, it's called the hydraulic grade line. So the model shows the line is being straight across. But really what you need to pay attention in this figure is are those vertical lines, and where that red line hits the vertical line. And then the rest of it, that purple line that goes from left to right, is the pipe. So what this shows is if you go from the right, the water stays in the pipe. And the water stays in the pipe because that's all the pipe can handle. So that's the drain. So the water's in the drain. As you come back to the left towards Safeway, which is where that blue arrow is, that's where you start having more water in your system than the system can hold. So that's where your sink is starting to back over behind Safeway. And then where the stars are is where it's coming pretty close to the ground surface. You can see the water coming up in the manholes in the stars, and where the arrow is, that's where it comes pretty close to the ground surface. And so the issue in the system is really happening around Safeway. It's not happening down at the end where the water goes into the treatment plant. Where the water goes into the treatment plant, the system is okay, it has enough capacity, the water stays down in the blue in the pipe. So there's a lot of information on here, but hopefully this gives you an idea of what's happening underground. And so the projects that we've identified there are two projects. One is to upsize the pipe that goes from Grand Boulevard to Bev Cunha Road. It currently goes through a field. Now the extent of the project, with the information that we learned about how the pipe enters the downstream portion of the system, that red line that has a number 1 by it will probably shorten. And so we're looking into that further, which means your cost for that CIP will go down a little bit. So right now we have projected costs of 2.1, but we think that cost will go down. And then related to that is Jenna Lane, which is a little bit further south, which is in the neighborhoods, and there's some capacity improvements to address areas where the water is predicted to come pretty close to surface but not come out of the surface, and that's south of Safeway. And so that Jenna Lane area, the predicted cost is $290,000. These projects can be phased, so Jenna Lane can be brought into the Grand Boulevard project in a certain phase, maybe later on. And other than that, there aren't any proposed projects related to capacity in the system. So that's really short and sweet of the master plan.
Any questions from council?
Yeah, I'm not sure it's a question, but this council approved a budget for Sam with under protest. Were we going to talk about that a little bit? It was a little bit in the report about the methodology that Sam was using. Because that came because we did the modeling, and then as a second part of that, and I'm not sure what we can, in light of some questions that came up today, I'm not sure how much we can, if we can talk about it, but that is something we did adopt in a resolution. And then as a board director at the SAM meeting, I approved the budget as a member of the SAM board, but with that protest in stating concerned about the methodology. So as a second part, how do we validate our model or our concern? Because we talked about these flow metering around, to measure our flows. I think it's important to point out there's some things we are doing or have discovered that we will be doing to validate this model, and this gets into this whole what flows, which that ultimately becomes dollars, because that's the percentage, is how we charge there. So I don't know how much we can talk about it. Yep, okay.
Maybe I can I'll attempt to answer the question as far as what we're doing. There are several meters that the city owns and maintains. Those are problematic and challenging, but just based on the nature of the type of meters on gravity systems. But I think having those meters functional and having that data available is going to be nothing but supportive to understanding what's really happening with our system. I think as part of the master planning process and the modeling update, this has been a task that we've undertaken. I don't think we're quite at the point where we can I think we have to take a closer look based on past flows and take a closer look at some of the data that was collected back then. So I don't think we're quite prepared to respond to that question tonight, but it's a great question. I think it's something that we will be looking into, just not something that we can answer this evening. I don't know if there's anything else you want to add on that one.
No, I don't really understand the question, so.
So it was, so Councilmember Nagangas was talking more about the historic flow distribution between the different member agencies and how some of this modeling may show that there's some discrepancies there with respect to how those flows have been divided up, with respect to potential IPS, I&I, and maybe even I&I at the water treatment plant itself.
Yeah, I think the hydraulic model will be very helpful in answering those questions, but I don't think we're there yet.
Just wanted to bring it up because we as a council did protest about that, because it's something for us we are following up on. Yeah.
So we've heard a lot, especially public comment at sewer authority meetings. Half Moon Bay needs wet weather storage. You're supercharging the system. You're using the IPS. You need to have your own wet weather storage. Does this report support that claim that we need external wet weather storage basins?
Well, the modeling work told us that the city is limited in what it can send to the plant. So it looks like the number is in around 7 million gallons per day. Maybe after we repair these pipes, it'll go up. We've done a confirmation run also. We might go a little bit over 7 million gallons per day. But that's really it. That's all you can push through these gravity lines. So I don't believe that the city has a need for storage in order to keep flow from getting to Half Moon Bay, if I understood the question correctly.
Does that make sense, Moss?
Yes, and I would say that as we refine the model, we may look at, there may be areas where we could have problematic spots. There are some locations that we mentioned. There's a potential for overflows to happen. So as we look and refine our model and make the repairs, there might be locations we could benefit from some wet weather storage, but where and how much is still something in my mind that is subject to more information and more data collection. Because I just don't believe we're quite there to say, okay, this is where we need to put it, and we need to put this, size system. I don't think we have enough data to be able to hone that in, if that helps.
But there's nothing in the data so far that says we must have it.
No, we haven't identified a need for storage.
Well, yeah, the next flood that leaks into the system will validate it, so it doesn't mean we shouldn't be thinking about where the most likely places might be and where that storage might occur. But but in the meantime, we have to figure out the pipes once we validate from the question that we're talking about here. Okay, that's simple. Thank you.
Thank you for that.
for this
Thank you for
report.
waiting, Vivian.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no
we really
problem.
appreciate it. Thanks
Thank you.
for staying late with us. Okay, we've received a report. We're going to move on to capital improvement program update. And we
I have
a,
another procedural item on this one.
yes.
So before we get started, I just wanted to announce that Councilmember Johnson informed me that he intends to recuse from the portion of the discussion that involves the Kehoe Watershed Project, which is one of the listed CIP items, due to proximity of that proposed project to his property. And we did not actually identify this in time for a full analysis or request to the FBC. And so Councilmember Johnson will be, abundance of caution, recusing on that item. And the way to do that, given that this is a multi-project CIP, would be to just proceed as usual with a staff presentation, clarifying questions, and public comment. But if you have any clarifying questions about the Kehoe project, just hold those. And we'll take those up after public comment and allow Councilmember Johnson to leave the room. Once you discuss the Kehoe project, you can bring him back. If there is no desire to discuss the Kehoe project, that's fine too. And Councilmember Johnson can just stay in at the meeting the whole time. Hope that's clear.
Okay. So
with that, you can go ahead and ask for the staff report.
Thank you. And right now, we'll move ahead with the staff report and then figure out if that situation comes up. Okay. Maz, you're on.
Sorry, I'm having some technical difficulties trying to get the PowerPoint to run. My apologies.
No, wait.
There we go.
Patrick doesn't have to leave now, right? We're waiting.
No, you can stay.
That's what I thought. Oh, okay. I thought.
Oh.
Josh and me at this time of night. Okay.
All right.
All right.
Well, thank you again. Happy to be here tonight to provide an update on our capital improvement program for the city of Half Moon Bay. Again, tonight's recommendation is just to receive this report and providing additional direction to staff as we prioritize and move forward with our adopting our budget, both operating and capital. PowerPoint doesn't want to be my friend tonight. There we go. So I just wanted to provide, so we were at the, we discussed this item at the April 15th City Council meeting, and the direction and comments received was looking closer at our capital projects, focusing more on discrete capital investments, looking at removing some of the programmatic categories and putting those more into operational categories where it made more sense to be to be placed. And so all that said, the project list was after the comments received in the April 15th meeting, the project list was reduced substantially to 25 discrete projects. It's been over 50 for the previous number of years. That includes the removal of a number of programmatic categories. There was an operational improvement category that just on the face of it, all of those turned into all those were removed and actually put into operating budgets within different departments. Majority of them in the Public Works Department. That'll be coming up as part of budget preparations in the future meetings. As far as what's being asked of in the draft CIP is a amount of proposed federal funding for the upcoming fiscal year, and of that, about 1.8 million anticipated. Some of them are grant funding, some of our special funding sources like gas tax and sewer revenues, but there is a general fund request of $935,000. And a lot of the projects, the majority of the projects that have remained on the list, a lot of them are tied to grants, special revenues, and again, like gas tax, but also some prior year funding that was allocated that for various reasons were not spent and remain available for those different projects. So with that, I'm going to jump into the project lists. I have it broken down into 2 slides. This was part of the attachment that was at the city council meeting, or that's part of the council packet itself. I wanted to highlight again that the operational improvements category from the CIP has been removed because a lot of those were 3 programmatic categories. Some of them unfunded last year, some of them funded. But again, all of those have been relocated into operating budgets. For the stormwater, there is one request for additional funding as part of those projects, and that is looking at the stormwater master plan update that we've discussed. We are looking at refining the RFP, the scope for any request for proposals on that, whether we move forward with a watershed by watershed analysis or look at a larger scale. That's something that we're still debating, and I'm sure we'll have more conversations about implementation when we get to priority setting at the next meeting. But again, in anticipation of that additional work, we're looking at a little bit of additional funding request there. On the economic development improvements, we have one remaining category, which is the climate adaptation plan, and that is nearing completion. On the parks improvements, we've got we're not asking for any additional funding. There was a number of funding allocations approved for various projects. And then there's one here that we haven't reduced, but based on feedback on the Frenchman's Creek Park improvements project, we're looking at reducing the funding allocation there, so putting some money back into the Parks Improvements Fund for future improvements down the line, and refocusing that particular project to match the grant availability that we have from Prop 68. Then again, there's funding available for other park projects that are still listed there. Then I'm going to jump down to the facility improvements. We've reduced that one again to focus on a couple of projects that are still ongoing and have funding availability and balances. One of them is looking at the Pillarcitos Creek Restoration and Remediation Project, as well as the electrification and HVAC repairs at a number of city facilities. The next slide I have kind of jumps into the sewers and streets and trails. So right now, we did just receive that update from on our sanitary sewer master plan. So as we refine that scope, we will be adding additional projects on this list. But as of this particular CIP proposed draft, we have not implemented anything there. We did have a small project around that location where we had known there's some capacity constraints, so that we have not commenced on that project, and we may utilize that funding to scope that scope a little bit for that project a little bit better in this upcoming fiscal year. And then on the streets improvements, there is a request for some additional funding under the 2025 pavement management project. So we're looking at implementing an annual project that addresses our street conditions. And right now we have a number of streets in Arletta Park subdivision identified. We were hoping to ask for a little bit more funding. That would be general fund dollars to supplement some of the gas tax and SB1 funding that we have currently available. And that really is to try to increase the scope and try to catch up on some of the backlog on some of the streets that we need to work on. And then going down the line, the local roadway safety plan, that $150,000 is not all general fund dollars that's being requested in 25-26. Only 30,000 of that is what's being requested. The other $120,000 is through a U.S. Department of Transportation grant, and that will look at identifying local safety needs in our local roads and building on some of the work that we've done with regional partners in the past. And then jumping down to the last one on the street improvements is the bike improvement project. That was another grant we received from the TA. So the majority of that is grant funded. There is a $22,000 local match, so that would be the component for there. And then looking down at the trail improvements, there's been a number of trail improvements that have been on the books for a while now. We're still continuing to work on some of the segments on East Side Parallel Trails. And as those move forward, as budget estimates become more clear, we will be coming back to council with more detailed estimates. So those are subject to revisions, and we will come forward when those numbers are more readily available. And then we've got another again, another significant grant funding source. So a good chunk of that particular category is that pedestrian bicycle connection to Hatch Elementary. That we also received a pretty significant grant from the San Mateo County Transportation Authority for $702,000. So there's a $78,000 local match required for that project, and that would be to design and build the connection alleyway from Hatch Elementary to through Second Street. Yes. And then again, some small asks for funding here or there in a couple of projects that I'm happy to go into in more detail. But really wanted to just provide a quick snapshot into what staff heard from the last city council meeting with respect to refining our project list to be more realistic as far as deliverability, but also looking at that concept of going back to basics with respect to taking care of some of our existing infrastructure and not looking as much into expanding infrastructure and amenities, but again, really focusing on taking care of what we have in the pipeline already. So with that is the conclusion of my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions and go back to any of the projects in more detail.
Okay, thank you for that presentation, Maz. Before public comment, do any council members have clarifying questions? And please hold any questions about Kehoe, and we'll cover those separately after public comment, at which time Councilmember Johnson may leave the room, okay? So that's how we'll proceed. Now there's... Okay. Any clarifying questions without discussing Kehoe? Okay, thank you.
When are you doing Kehoe? No, I'm just kidding. So on the this draft capital budget, there's a column that says through FY 25-26, and those are where the big numbers are. What exactly does that mean when you, could you distinguish what those two different columns mean, proposed budget versus through?
Sure. So what we tried to capture in the prior years are all of the costs that are allocated with the project, whether they are set aside funds or grants that are committed. We have committed, grant letters for. So one good example is the Highway 1 Safety North project. That $12.498 million. That's a lot of money, and that's actually a lot of that money is grants. We have some dedicated funding from prior developments towards is the signalization of the Terrace Avenue intersection with Highway 1. And so what I tried to do was show how much money has been committed, whether through grants or general funds or other funding sources in prior year budgets in that column. And then the proposed FY 25-26, those are the new monies, whether it's general fund or grant funding that hasn't been identified in past years because we just received the grant. That's what that column shows. So when you total all of that up, it's about 1.8 million, but only 935,000 of that would be general fund requested. And so and then the through FY 25-26 is basically the addition of prior years and this year's request.
So we have funding for all the number you showed through. Those are all possible, or are funding sources already identified?
Those are all identified funding sources, and again, it's a mixture of grants, special funds, and prior general fund allocations.
Okay, and when we go into, you mentioned about the program, the CIP programs, which we've moved into the operating, and we'll see that once you bring that
correct
in the operating budget forward. Things like, let's say, signs, or is that just a maintenance item? Was that a program item? Or is that something we would see?
So that's a great question. So we had some signs in our operating budget in the past. And so when we come back with our operating budget, it'll be two things that will be a little bit more clear. One is that we're going to be asking for more money because it's not going to be part of the CIP as part of the program ask. But also you'll see a little bit better of a breakdown of those different those different categories in our operating budget. We had because we were so detailed in the CIP, we were less detailed in some of our operating line items. And so what we did was look at our operating budget, especially on the public works side, because a lot of the programmatic categories transferred into the public works operating. So you'll see more defined descriptions on those line items when we come back with that,
Okay.
item.
And then if we were going to have a sinking fund or some type of fund for equipment or something, do we budget for that? Would that show up in the operating, or is that something that?
So in the operating, that's a great question. So in the operating budget, we're actually requesting funding we will be requesting funding for what we foresee actually expending next year. If we want to establish a separate funding, funding
for something
pot for future potential needs, we can discuss that, but that would be a different.
Right, because I didn't
Maz,
see it.
can I jump in on that one? So one of the things that created this kind of really long CIP list over the last several years was the program showing up there. The other thing is, anytime we had a project, most of the time we had a project that had like multi-year funding, this was just a good place to track it because our operating budget doesn't roll over year to year. We've pulled those out, and what we're doing is we're setting up a separate fund for multi-year projects. And so that's where something like these sinking funds could end up. We'd still have a reserve place to track it over multiple years, carry funds over, but it wouldn't clutter up the CIP. So that's something you'll see in this year's budget that we haven't had in the past.
Okay, thank you, thank you.
Clarifying questions before public comment? Okay. Well, I will now open for public comment. We have one public comment from Jimmy Benjamin. Thanks, Jimmy, for waiting this long.
It's what I do. Jimmy Benjamin, 400 Pillarcitos Avenue, Half Moon Bay. I live just downstream from the Pillarcitos Creek outfall. I live adjacent to the Kehoe watercourse. My comments will be concerning that, so I want to give Councilmember Johnson an opportunity with guidance from staff about whether he should be on the dais during that conversation. If it's fine.
It's fine to listen to your
Perfect.
comments.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. So I wanted to begin. It's 11 o'clock, so beginning and ending are going to be compressed compared to what it would be if we hadn't done 3 hours of, So I want to thank you for hearing me in my oral communications at a meeting last month, and for your comments on the preliminary budget, the CIP budget, that reflected the urgency of addressing problems on the Kehoe watercourse, both in terms of understanding the watershed level and all of the water that has been brought in through, let's just say, creative ways of getting water from places in other sub-basins into this basin. And then, more importantly, understanding that it's time to address the problems of that outfall that supports water coming from Casa del Mar and Kehoe Estates and St. John's subdivision at the eastern end of Kehoe Estates and St. John's subdivision number 3. All of those areas drain into that outfall. And that outfall, the water coming through it combined with the water that's being brought in like a fire hose from the east side of Highway 1 from so many other subbasins, has caused that outfall to fail. And that outfall is beginning to open a gash in the bank that is approaching my property. It will damage my property. The urgency of fixing it was recognized by staff, I don't know, I've forgotten, we're 2025, 4 or 5 years ago. And then Councilmember Reierback said, please come up with some proposals that will address this. The proposals that came back were not very good. I will give the consultant the charity of my silence beyond that and say that I think that Maz has recognized that there might be a better way I discussed it at some level. I hope you'll bear with me. Some level to bring a more informed, a more sustainable, and a much less expensive alternative than the one that had been on the agenda for so many years. And I'm excited about the idea of that going forward. When I saw the zeros for 2025, 2026, I had to pull myself out of the ceiling, and with Maz's help, to recognize that the allocations from prior years was actually available for spending. I was at once relieved and also gobsmacked, because if that money had been there and available for spending, what was missing was the political will to move forward. And I thank you for the leadership and the political will to move forward. That's all.
Thank you, Jimmy, and you are most welcome. Okay.
So at this point, the council should decide whether it wants to discuss the Kehoe project and let Councilmember Johnson take a break, or whether you don't want to discuss the Kehoe project specifically, in which case he can stay.
Council members want to discuss the Kehoe project. Okay. All right, that concludes our discussion of the Kehoe project. Come on back, it says here on my notes. Councilmember Johnson, okay. And we received the report, right. So, any additional directions to staff or any more modifications?
I think what we're looking for is, you know, Moz has worked really hard to take what he's heard through priority setting and the last CIP session and distill it into what we think is a much more realistic and digestible CIP. Obviously, you'll see the other half of it in the operating budget when it comes to the programs. Kind of confirmation, affirmation that we're on the right track. This looks good. You're not agreeing to the CIP at this point of funding it, but you're saying, yeah, this is right. And if there's any glaring omissions or things that you think should be removed, because our next steps are to go to the Recreation Commission, to the Planning Commission. There's steps we've got to take before it gets adopted into the budget.
I thought you're a good listener. That was mine. And I'll let the other council members, speak for themselves. But to me, I was looking for something much more manageable, or where projects maybe should be somewhere else. Some of those I thought maybe the operating was more appropriate. And it all fits on one page.
Double-sided, but yeah.
Tiny print.
Size 6 font, whatever.
Yeah.
Thank you, Maz. Yeah, good work.
So I'm happy with, can I say Kehoe? Am I allowed to say that? If you scroll down the bridge, because that's been so ongoing for so long, and I'm glad to see that's on this list, because that's been talked about by so many people saying, when are we going to fix that? And I know it's not reconstructing it, but just, the walkway on the side, how it's falling apart on the stucco, and we have that gentleman that came in here and saying he's pretty much going to take us to court if we don't fix it because it's not handicap accessible. So I appreciate that. It's a good list. Thank you, Maz.
I 100% agree with Councilmember Negangast that.
You might have Deborah Penrose, her hands raised.
Oh, okay. Hang on, Deborah.
Sure.
Just that I agree with Councilmember Negangast that it was great to have this on one page, and that is just an incredible accomplishment. So thank you, Maz, and I know you have to spend hours getting it down to that. So appreciate that. Sorry, Deborah, didn't see a hand raised.
No, it's all right. I want to say the same thing. Thank you, Maz. It must have taken a lot of hard work to get it to this point, but boy, it is so much easier to look at and so much easier to think about. Thank you.
We owe you big time. Thank you.
I appreciate the direction and the confirmation.
All right. So,
I'll just say, we're going to continue the priority setting item to a future meeting. I've been kind of mulling this over, and I think a similar approach to that as what we've just done here might be helpful. I think our priorities list has kind of been a place to capture a lot of stuff we do anyways and recognize it, and that's great, but maybe the priority list really should be pared back down to really things that we're not going to do every year, we're not going to do, that gets really specific. And I can't guarantee it'll fit on a page, but I think I'm going to work with our department heads and see if we can shrink that down. And it's not that we're doing any less work. We're just kind of recognizing here's what we already do, and it's important, but here's the priorities. Here's the new things that we're working on, specialized things that the council's asked us to do. So these things tend to kind of take a life of their own, and I think it's worth a reset once in a while. So.
We just need a distillation.
Yeah.
Great. So now I have more time to do that as well. Okay, so we will jump over to commission committee updates.
There are no commission or committee updates tonight.
Great. Any future agenda items, discussion? No. Any city council reports? One council report. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
I've been approached by the Coalition Against Bigger Trucks. There's a bill, a federal bill, that would allow much larger trucks on American roads. Have you seen those like big Pepsi trucks that come like to Safeway, come over the hill? They're pretty big trailer trucks. The bill would like allow them to like double their size. Really huge trucks. They're trying to get fewer but way huger trucks than are allowed now on roads. And the Western Regional Director, who's the guy I spoke with, kind of knows about 92 and the dump and the quarry and things. And he's requested that we send a letter to our legislators in opposition to this bill. And he actually sent a draft letter that I'm happy to circulate to the mayor for his signature. But it seems to me it makes sense that, already, big trucks cause, commuter backups. And if we had bigger trucks, the backups are going to be even bigger. And we're probably going to have more trucks tipping over on curves and stuff like that. So we don't want bigger trucks, I don't think. But if it's okay with the council, I will circulate a letter to the mayor for his signature. Is that something we can do here tonight to agree to that, or?
I would say generally if it's within the city's adopted legislative platform, that is, I believe that is the practice. But then my recollection, Matthew, correct me if I'm wrong, is that it does come back to council. It's not for approval, it's more for informational purposes on the consent agenda.
Okay.
And so Matthew, do you agree with this? This is part of the legislative platform and process?
Yeah, I'm trying to think of where this fits into the ledge platform.
Transportation?
Yeah, because road congestion based on, okay, yeah. Didn't take much to convince me.
Does that work for the rest of the council?
Road repairs, that comes in under.
Yeah, road repair.
Big trucks, road.
Sounds great.
The road.
On
I can
local
send you an
roads, they're
information
trying
sheet,
to do
too.
this? I can't believe that.
Can you send a picture of what the truck looks like?
Yeah, absolutely. Go for it.
I'll see if I can find something online. But he sent me a fact sheet and a letter. So I'll send it for your consideration. Okay?
We don't need a roll call on this, right? We're all just
No, this is not an agendized item.
great,
So this
because
is
we're all just agreed.
Yeah.
Sounds great. Thank you for writing the letter.
Yeah, bigger trucks, not good.
And then we'll put it on a consent calendar and sign it.
Their website says they're also bad for the environment, so now we got two of our categories. We're solid.
All right. I hate to say this, but I think we're done. I know we'd like to stick around. But thanks, everybody. Thanks, Jimmy.
Good night,
Crystal,
Deborah.
for being here.
Oh.
Good night, Deborah. Thank you, Deborah. All right, take care.
Thank you, everyone.
All right, good night. This meeting is closed.